This conference will now be recorded.
All right, good evening. West Goshen Township Board of Supervisors meeting, October 20th, 2020. This is a teleconference, and the first item on our agenda would be to have a 6 p.m. Department Head 2021 budget discussion. But before doing so, let's stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Join in, everybody.
The republic for which it stands,
One
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
for all. Hi, Chief. Nice to see you. I love you when you have your scruff.
Good
You
evening.
scruff up in here, right?
My mother-in-law tells me just pay the money and shave it off. Just pay the money and shave it off.
All right. Well, I love your enthusiasm, and every year you're doing this with your other officers. It's
For
wonderful.
a good cause, absolutely.
Very certain. Yep. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Casey, do you want to go ahead and direct the different department heads, or are they already lined up?
Yeah, I was thinking, Sean, if you have any way you'd like to handle this, I thought we would just go, we have our 5-year capital plan. I thought we'd just go department by department. Is there a specific department you want really focused on, streets, parks, that kind of thing?
I think a good idea, Casey, would be to go through all the departments and wait till the end to do roads, streets, because that's got probably the biggest, well, it still has the biggest expenditure and has probably the most questions. So I'd rather get through all the others first, and then let's focus on that. Okay, very good. It looks like we have all of our department heads here. So obviously, as we go through the capital plan, if you have anything to add, just pipe in. We'll start with administration. We have 2 items in for 2021. A new phone system at $30,000 to replace our 25-year-old Nortel system, and a replacement for our pool car, which is the old hybrid Escape. The phone system is wholly inadequate. We found out, obviously, during COVID that it was pretty hard to forward numbers, and it just is antiquated beyond all reasonable doubt at this time. And the pool car replacement, I think we're overdue for that one. By I think several years. It's a 2009. So that's scheduled for a replacement. Any questions on those 2 items from the board or anyone else? Well, Casey, I'd just like to say one thing about the pool car. So as part of our preliminary discussions on the expenditures here on this capital plan, we did talk about 2 things with regard to that car. One is how it's primarily used by Ken. A lot of his effort with the events and park support, he often has to try to use that vehicle, and we question whether the kind of things he has to carry around in it, whether that kind of vehicle is the appropriate one to perform that duty. So we do need to understand what is the most expected use for that vehicle and have an appropriate car for it. And the second thing I would like to say is that as part of our sustainability committee that we've kicked off, I would like them to give them an exercise to do around the total cost of ownership for a plug-in electric vehicle or a hybrid vehicle versus a regular vehicle, and have them trying to make a recommendation based on the duties of this vehicle and what we expect might be in the marketplace in the first 4-6 months of next year, what options we might consider as a replacement. So I'd like that committee to really work with staff to come up with something that we can, in terms of some data analysis, to look at what options we might have.
Okay, we will do that.
Yeah, and also just to follow up on just a ditto of that, would this car be purchased through a bid process or through CoStars?
We don't bid cars. We strictly buy from CoStars.
Okay.
So this is a question I have had on my mind, and that is, if we are still going to be living in COVID times through the middle of 2021, is it going to be utilized during those first 6 months of next year?
Yeah, I mean, it's generally used as a pool car outside of park and rec, summertime. I mean, it's used by Mike Kakavo, it's used by Tom Steins, or anybody else who has to run errands for the township.
Okay, so how much time would there be utilization of those vehicles? Again, given sort of the consequences of COVID.
Well, park and rec lasts 8 weeks, so the rest of the time it would just be an open pool car for the rest of the year. Is that what your question is, or?
Yeah, I just want to make, I mean, if we don't need to purchase it this year because we have COVID and we may not be having events like we would normally have in a normal setting, whether or not it's just a necessity. But if you're saying it's going to be shared among a number of different drivers,
Yep.
I'm okay with that. Now, in that situation, will those cars be sanitized every time somebody uses it and then leaves?
Every single vehicle is sanitized every day if there's a different driver.
Okay, all right.
No matter which department.
So my quick question is, you said it needs to be upgraded because it's a 2009. Is that strictly based on the year, or is it mileage, or, I mean, is there?
It's it's a whole host of issues. It's a hybrid, and the batteries are way overdue for replacement. And the battery packs are thousands and thousands of dollars. So if those go bad, the car is essentially junked unless we replace the battery pack. So it's at the end of its useful life on those terms as well.
I think it's also just trying to stay on schedule with the capital replacement plan so that we're not loading up 1 year or another year, and we're spreading the schedule out as much as possible. And you'd like to get ahead of it a little bit so you can get a little bit more value in a trade-in situation.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, any other questions on the admin?
Can I just ask the question, please? It's Margie. It was my understanding we didn't trade in the pool cars, that they go out to bid.
That's correct. We don't trade any cars in. We put them out to bid.
Okay, and then I've noticed there's been the red Explorer that's been backed in next to the Public Works building for 5-6 months or so. Why is that still sitting there?
We're going to dispose of that car as soon as possible.
So that's a different car than, I got on a little late, so I didn't hear which vehicle
That's
you
a
were
totally
talking
different
about.
vehicle.
So what's happening with the red Explorer?
It's going to be disposed of next year. It's not drivable. It's not salvageable. It's junk. So we will have to dispose of that vehicle. We can't sell it with any for any reason.
Cars for kids?
That's a tax deduction. We can't do that.
Okay.
That's not. Yeah, that's not. It's an unsafe vehicle.
As I was driving in my car multiple times, listening to that commercial, going crazy hearing it, I thought, ha, we can get rid of that car now.
Yeah, we don't get any tax deduction, that's for sure.
No benefits? Okay, you might as well just hand it over anyway. All
yeah,
right.
It's just going to be junked.
Can I follow up with just one more question? One more question on this topic is, there are a number of employees that do have their own personal vehicles that are basically those still township vehicles. Is it not possible for the occasional time someone needs a township vehicle just to use or borrow one that it's sitting in the parking lot that another employee drives?
Well, right now we don't advise that due to COVID. We'd have to sanitize the vehicle again multiple times a day, but we're all busy here. I mean, for the amount of trips that Mike Kakavo uses, Ken, Tom, it would be, a scheduling issue.
Yeah, I think the larger issue with that, to be honest with you, is that everybody who does have a take-home vehicle is somebody that is usually out and about, has a lot of meetings, has to be, in a lot of different places at a lot of different times. And sure, if my car was sitting there and I was in my office and somebody had to use it, I wouldn't have an issue with that. But as Casey said, it becomes a scheduling issue when you have so many people having so many meetings every single week.
Okay, so the discussion, just to clarify, is just for one vehicle.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
moving on to engineering. We have one item on the schedule to be replaced. Actually, two, I'm sorry. We have the E-size plotter at $10,000 and the stormwater pole camera at $20,000. Rick is here if anybody has any questions on those items.
Hey, Rick, this is Sean. Weren't you intending to buy the new plotter in 2020?
Could you repeat that again, Sean? I couldn't quite hear you.
Yeah, the E-size plotter, weren't you originally intending to purchase that this year in 2020?
Actually, we were supposed to replace that about 2 years ago, and we've deferred it, I believe, 3 times. The plotter was performing pretty well with minor maintenance, so we stretched it out. But it's pretty close to the end of its useful life now, and we're experiencing some minor issues with maintenance of print heads and other stuff that's starting to wear out. So I think we've deferred it as long as we can.
I guess my question was, didn't we already budget for that to be purchased in this year's capital purchases?
I think we did, but we deferred it.
Okay.
Okay, were there any other engineering questions? Okay, hearing none. Let's move on to the Parks Department, not Park and Rec, but the Parks Department, Parks Maintenance. We have a number of items, some of which are more facilities type items. We have security cameras. This is the last, and we have Mr. Kakavo on the line as well for any questions on this. We have park security cameras. I think this is the last set of improvements for security cameras. We have Community Park, Lambert Park, Cooper Smith Park, and Barker Park to finish out the park security cameras. This is more facilities, so if anybody has any questions on the parks cameras for Mr. Kakavo.
Just have one question. Where will this feed go to? Is it going to go to the township building?
Yes, it's part of our closed circuit system, which is monitored, not monitored in a way that someone's watching all day, but we dispatch has a feed, police department has a feed, and several admin employees, including myself, have access to the feed. It's not a publicly accessible system.
And how long will the video recordings be retained?
That's in dispatch. We have multi-terabyte sized hard drives that record the data. The current size of the system, I think we can retain about 25 days of footage in case we had an incident that we had to go back to get footage.
Okay.
Can I just ask Michael the number of new cameras that are coming online this year?
This year we have 2 at Lambert and 2 at Barker and 2 at Cooper Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on security cameras?
May I ask one, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Just wondering, it seems like security cameras are in the budget every year, and you started off by saying something about this is finishing out this cycle of them. So just if you can refresh my memory, I forget.
Sure. We put the entire set of cameras in, I think 3 years ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, and the board decided at that time to split them up into 3 years. So this is just getting done what we had scheduled 3 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, moving on, we have, we're now more into Doreen McClune's area. We have a 60-inch riding lawnmower. We have a four-wheeled gator replacement, and these are all replacements. There's nothing new here. And a 48-inch walk-behind mower. Let's see. And that is it. So we have the two mowers and the gator, all replacements. Any questions on those?
Yeah, I have a question. These budget numbers, these figures, are looking at 13 grand for the 60-inch riding mower. I'm not into purchasing, but just for the heck of it, I Googled that particular item, and I came up with different, like a price that was under 10 grand. My question, and also did the same thing for the four-wheel gator drive, and for a John Deere similar model, we're quoting a budget figure of 13 grand, and I found something just on the quick Google search for like 11.3. I'm just curious, where are you getting these budget numbers?
Dorian and Dave, you want to fill him in, please?
Well, the mowers, I'm not sure this one, but the mowers have rear baggers. That's an option. That's an extra. The gators, we get them typically with a cab and a windshield because the guys are using them year round. Gators usually have a winch. They usually have a dump body. All that's in excess of a standard unit.
And these aren't including the trade-in value that we get. So we're never paying this much.
So you're just putting like a worst case scenario number here to give yourself enough of a limit to work with. All right, so in other words, you're adding features to the base unit that would increase the cost.
Yes.
Yeah, but there are features that are used.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a handle on where you're coming up with your budget numbers, how you come up with your figure.
They're the same numbers that we've been using for the past 5, 6, 7 years. So we haven't increased them at all. We're getting dangerously close with all the attachments that we do get on some of the things to actually coming to these numbers. But like I said, we never pay this because of the trade-in.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for the parks maintenance?
So Casey, could you just explain to the board why parks is paid out of a different account than?
Oh, certainly. These park expenses for parks maintenance are paid for out of the open space money that we get from developers. Anytime a developer comes in, if they do not provide park amenities at their particular development, they pay the township a $2,500 per lot fee that goes into our open space fund that we can use for parks maintenance. So obviously mowers and gators are used for parks maintenance, so we can pay for those out of a separate fund. So it lessens the hit on the general fund.
I have another follow-up question here. With the acquisition of the park and the Greystone development, will there be any need for any additional park equipment next year or the following years coming up in the future?
No, the board needs to have a very frank discussion about that because to take care of 162 acres of open space, including Serpentine Barrens, which we'll talk about later in the meeting, we would have to hire multiple people, new people, and buy a lot of equipment to maintain the park. So we need to have a discussion about outsourcing the management because you're looking at a very significant capital expense and personnel expense if the board decides to not to take the park. We're going to take the park, but to maintain the park ourselves. I'm not, that'll be a discussion for a different night, but nothing for next year. We won't be getting the park next year at the earliest, 22, 23 at the earliest.
All right, okay.
Except for this barn that's highlighted there, the Jerakian barn.
Yeah, we've had that in the budgets for, gosh, probably 7 or 9 years. just as a placeholder in case the board did want to do parks maintenance. It's just a placeholder. We've pushed it off every year since we put it in the budget. I think we've even had it in the budget since 2009, maybe. It's been that long.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Just as a placeholder, just in case. Okay, if there's no more questions about parks maintenance, Chief Gleason, you're on. We'll start with the police budget. We have 4 items. And Chief, if you can discuss the case cracker audio-visual interview recorder when I'm ready. We also have 3 replacement vehicles in for 2021. So Chief, it's all yours.
About 8 years ago, we took on a system in our interview rooms to audio and video record all of our interviews for cases, criminal cases, and so forth. The system is called Case Cracker, and it is hardwired throughout the building, and it's no longer. We have 2 systems. We have one in the upstairs interview room and one in the downstairs interview room. The upstairs interview room is primarily used for the detective divisions for more sensitive cases. And that is no longer being, what's the word I'm looking for? Warranted and supported by the manufacturer because it's 8 years past. So we're looking to replace that with an updated version. So that's the $14,995. The first floor is functional, and I think that's probably got 2 more years left on its life. And then we have the 3 vehicles that we normally do as a rotation of our fleet. We have 4 that we will be bidding out. We're in the process of coordinating our statistics and our plan to bid out 4 vehicles before the end of this year that were purchased this year. And then we're looking to replace 3 next year. The 3 would be our 42 car, which is my old car, which has almost 160,000 miles on it. And then the other 2 cars are police interceptors, where we've worked with Mr. Weddy on the maintenance issues with them, and they're sedans, and we're looking to upgrade them to SUVs. And that would be the 3 vehicles that we have in question, and the case cracker. That's your capital.
Okay, any questions for Chief Gleason?
Just a similar question to what John had related to the parks equipment. So the placeholder of $40,000 for each of the vehicles, is that something when they're fully equipped out we're going to have enough money in the budget for, or is it conservative and that usually we come in, a few $1,000s under these kind of prices? What's our history on these kind of vehicles?
The history for the vehicle itself is right in the 39,000 range. We have a separate budget line item called changeover, which we pay for the upfitting of the new vehicle and the decommissioning of the old vehicle. So that's a separate line item. But the car itself has been ranging in the 39 and change range. And I think 2 years ago was like 38 and change. So we always just try and base it on the prior year, but give ourselves just a couple $100 buffer. And we never really know the cost of next year's vehicles till late in the prior year. And it's usually after our meetings. So we sort of try and ballpark what we think it's going to be. I'm pretty confident that 40 will cover it, but we'll cover just the vehicle itself.
Right. And is that a CoStar's price?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to follow up from that. Are we looking into these being electric vehicles?
We did a quick reach out to a vendor out in California, but never heard back from them. I'm not sure if police patrol vehicles are there yet, Mr. Hellman.
Yeah.
We already have 2 batteries in our existing vehicles. One that we use for the vehicle itself and the other that we use strictly for the electronics that are in the vehicles. So I'm not quite sure if patrol vehicles are there yet. As you look into administrative vehicles, I think that would be something that would be considered down the road in the near future. But for patrol at this present time, I don't think they're there yet.
That's something we could take a look at. I know the technology is rapidly developing, but that's something that we need to consider. Also, I noticed on the vehicles here, one is, yours is 8 years old. You mentioned that 150,000 miles on it. The other one here is a 2015 and the other one's a 2016, only 4 years old. Why is the department looking to replace a 4-year-old vehicle?
Well, we run our vehicles pretty hard, and we work very closely with Mr. Weddy. The years is one thing, the mileage is another thing, and the upkeep of the vehicles and the continual maintenance of the vehicles is another. So we sit down with Mr. Weddy, to be honest with you, and we go over, we take his recommendations as to which vehicles he recommends that we decommission and move out of our fleet and replace with. So they're not always the oldest and they're not always the highest mileage. Sometimes we just get a vehicle that doesn't keep up with the demands that we have for it. So, but we work with him very closely with that.
Can you tell us what kind of miles you have on the 2015 and what kind of miles you have on the 2016 vehicles?
For the car that we intend to get rid of currently, we have about close to 80,000, and the other one is about close to 70,000, and the other one's 155,000. Round figure.
Can I make a suggestion?
Certainly.
This is Hugh. I'd like to suggest that our meters be installed on the cars because they sit and idle a lot. You might you get a better idea of the wear and tear on the car.
We have
with the hour combination.
We have that in the past, and so that's been a calculation of ours in the past. And sometimes we run close to 600,000-700,000 miles if you calculate engine idle wear on the vehicle as opposed to just the odometer itself. We have done that in the past. I don't have those figures in front of me, but I could certainly look into it.
Yeah, I would think that would give us a better idea of really what the car has been through.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, were there any more questions on the police capital expenses? Okay, if not, we're going to skip over streets department and go to wastewater. That's the last area. One second.
I did have one other question for Chief Gleason, if I can.
Feel free.
Yep, go ahead.
The AEDs, you had $2,000 a unit in there, I think, for them. I don't know that they ever wear out. The only thing they need is batteries.
Well, they are similar in the fact that they are not always warranted and maintained by the manufacturer. So this was a recommendation from Officer Holman that coordinates all of our medical equipment. And we're looking to do them over a course of 3-year period. We're not looking to do them all at the same time.
Okay, so the GFAC crew has reviewed them, I take it then.
That is correct, sir. I'm looking at the proposal in front of me, and it's we work with them with regard to that, obviously, because Officer Holman's been involved in it. So yeah, we work closely with them to all the equipment that's needed for them.
That sounds good. Thanks, Chief.
Yeah.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we're going to skip back to wastewater department, starting with item number 211. We have 3 items, and I'm going to hand it over to Mike Maffa to discuss those 3 items. Mike, it's all yours.
Thanks, Casey. Actually, we have two items. Item 229, we decided to move, actually to withdraw from the 2021 request. So we have item 224, the refrigerated composite lab sampler that we will put in at our effluent where our wastewater is discharged to. They last about 10 years, so it's reached the end of its useful life. and also a vehicle, a pickup truck that'll be about 7 years old. And as Derek had mentioned, we just want to keep things, purchase things kind of every year to head off some large ticket items, large sums in one particular year. That's it.
All right, were there any questions for Mike on wastewater?
Mike, can you give us an idea of the mileage on that 2014 pickup truck?
It's about 50,000.
Again, the reason for the need for replacing this truck then would be because it's an excessive maintenance requirements at this point to maintain it?
Well, it does do a lot of hauling and snow plowing as well, so it does get beat up pretty good. But we have some items coming up, like next year is a $90,000 vehicle I'm going to be requesting. Following year is a $225,000 vehicle. So it's kind of just keeping things in their, 7 to 10 year window, and then replacing them so that we don't have large sums in 1 year. So like Derek had explained.
And the cost you're estimating there, that also figures in what the trade-in value would be realized when this vehicle would be traded in. Is that correct?
We should be able to purchase it without a trade at that amount.
And what about the trade-in value for this vehicle that will be put out of service?
Right. So that would just go back in. That would go back into the fund. We can't bank on having that value in case something happens to the vehicle. We have to have a number that could fund the purchase.
So you would sell the truck, not trade it in. You would sell the truck.
No, they'll give us a trade for it.
Oh, okay. So it will be traded.
Yes.
But you just don't know what the value of that would be, so you can't figure that into your budget request. Is that my understanding correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. So it's actually probably gonna be less than 50 grand, because 50 grand is what it would cost to replace the truck, but then we'll probably end up spending less net because we'll get a traded value from the existing truck.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Okay, any more questions for Mike with wastewater? Okay, then moving on to facilities. We have one lone item, if I'm reading this correctly. We have the township sign out front. It's in dire need of replacement. It's beyond repair. And I believe it's been just earmarked as a traditional monument sign, no electronics, no movable letters for $13,000. Any questions from the board on that one?
Long overdue.
So true. We kicked that down at least two years in a row.
Yep. Okay, any more questions on that? If not, let's move back to streets, our big topic of tonight. Dave, Mark, you're in the room. Feel free to go through your list.
Hey, Dave, this is Sean. So when you go through the list, if you could kind of talk about things in 3 buckets. One is your regular replacement of equipment, similar to these other vehicles, et cetera, that we've been discussing for the department. So items that are at the end of the useful life are on there scheduled to be replaced. And the second bucket related to woodlands at Greystone, and what your thoughts are around what's needed there and when and how long some of the lead time is for equipment, and what kind of consequential staffing you might need for taking on that additional those additional roads. And then the third bucket being the MS4 permit compliance and what you're thinking in terms of equipment needed for managing a program to be in compliance with that permit.
Okay. The first item, number 196, is a pickup truck, 1-ton pickup. It's a replacement. It was actually pushed out from last year, or from this year. Then there's there's an F550 mechanics truck. They're both 2011s. They were both actually scheduled to go out. You know, we're pushing the window with them. They both snow plow. That has its own wear and tear and rust items with them. The third is a small 550 dump that was actually pushed out from, should have been replaced this year. We pushed it another year. We did get one last year that you approved for this year, and we haven't seen the chassis yet. There's such a long lead time to get these items. That's why, you know, there's a lot of planning involved. The fourth replacement is the track hoe. That's used on a lot of the stormwater work. It's 11 years old. It's a little small for what we've been running into. We had the job on Legion. The pipe's so deep we can't reach it. We run into problems with the older machine lifting the road plates and all that. A lot of times we're running the wheel loader out to move the plates around when it would be nice to have one machine out there doing it. So that's the replacements. Any questions there?
And what's the sum on those, Dave, if you had those 4 items up?
Dave, I got them here. The
235. You got it, Mark?
Yeah, the small pickup truck's 50,000. The small dump is 70,000. The mechanics truck is 60,000, and I have 125,000 in for the excavator.
So that's 305,000. And my understanding is that's a pretty typical number for maintaining the, you know, replenishing the equipment, replacing it on the kind of schedules that you've been working to.
It is, Sean.
Yeah. Okay, I have no questions on those items.
All right, for the Woodlands, which we're going to be getting 8+ miles of road. I know Mark put in, I believe, the last 2 years to start thinking about that 8 miles of road is going to require one of the large 6-wheelers and a pickup truck, because it's going to be basically its own route. We might steal a couple of little roads here and there and add to that, but it's basically going to be its own plow route up there because of the size of it.
We actually average around 8 miles per plow route for the whole town.
The problem in the north is that's where all the new construction is. They're much wider roads, so the square yardage up there, when you look at a route in the north versus a route in the south, you know, 8 miles through all the new neighborhoods off of North New Street is a lot different than 8 miles down around Falcon Lane.
And also, we're getting 3 new parking lots that we have to plow. That's my understanding also.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question really fast?
Sure.
What is the projection as far as revenue coming from the Greystone development for the township? And in the long run, is the maintenance of the roads going to kind of all come out in the wash? Is it going to sort of be, I don't know what the word is, but fractionally the same because of the revenue, or what?
Ashley, are you speaking about like liquid fuels funding from the state for our dedicated streets, or just general revenue from earned income and everything else?
Exactly, general revenue.
Okay. All the studies over the years everywhere across Pennsylvania have shown that new development never pays for itself unless it's extremely, extremely high dollar people moving in with very high incomes. But even then, it's usually in a small deficit to take care of all the new infrastructure, such as roads and parks and everything else. So it's certainly not a moneymaker for the township with this new development. There have been studies, going back, 20 years that show that. Our liquid fuels money for the actual streets, we'll get 8 miles of worth of funding from the state. But again, with, ice storms, plowing, maintenance, typically does not keep up with the cost.
And this will be developed over a very long period compared to other developments. So 5, 6, 7 years. So the revenue is really going to trickle in such a small way year after year that it's going to be tougher for Christine or anybody else to calculate it versus if it was a smaller development getting developed over a 1 to 2 year period. So it's a little trickier.
Yeah. And outside of, we can definitely track real estate receipts, obviously with the parcel based system we have, but we do not have the access to data for example, earned income tax. We don't have access to taxpayer data, so we don't know other than a generalized uptick in earned income. So it's impossible to track it that way. But we will have, hopefully, knock on wood, Dave and Mark, 15 years, 17 years after dedication until we have to repave these streets. So we will kind of bank some money for liquid fuels over the time. But again, long run, it's typically a break even or slight deficit with all revenue to pay for all the infrastructure and everything else that's needed.
Right. Okay.
If I can comment a little further, actually, a lot of that development, or a good chunk of that development, is senior citizens. So you're going to have some of them working, but a lot of them are going to be on retirement. So we're going to lose on the wage taxes, which is a big chunk that we get. We will get some real estate, but we'll lose on some of the wage taxes. I'm done.
But we also don't maintain. We also don't maintain a lot of the 55 plus, so that's not included in that 8 miles that we're getting.
So why is that? Just curious.
Well, they're private streets. We do not collect their trash. The only thing we provide are obviously fire service, police service, ambulance, but we do not maintain their streets. We don't collect their trash. We do provide them sewer service, so we'll get sewer revenue. But the HOA for the age restricted is responsible for all maintenance, plowing, everything inside the gated community portion.
Okay. Yeah, it just seemed a little counter.
Including their fire hydrants, right?
All private fire hydrants are privately funded, correct? I'm sorry, Ashley, go ahead.
It's not important. I was just going to say, it seems a little counterintuitive, I guess, in the long run. It's fine. I get it.
Okay.
It won't be fine in a couple of years. It's going to be a big problem. Believe me. Trust me. Huge issues.
Okay, let's move on. Dave, you're back on.
Yeah. So that leads to well, that's handles the 2 new trucks for next year. But we have to think about we need drivers and all for those trucks for that run. But keep in mind, we need a street sweeper. We actually need 2 street sweepers and an inlet cleaner. We're looking at putting. We were supposed to get a sweeper this year. That got pushed off to next year. So then in 21, we should be getting another sweeper and an inlet cleaner. So with those 3 pieces of equipment, you're looking at a minimum of 5 guys to work between the 3 pieces. They're big ticket numbers. You're 180,000 for a sweeper, so that's $360,000 in sweepers, and an inlet cleaner ballpark number, you're $250,000. So we're trying to stretch these things out, but still get the program going.
So Dave, just to kind of keep filling in the details here. So first of all, the chassis for these 2 pieces of equipment, or at least for the big truck, the dump truck that you're looking for, you're again talking about 10-month kind of time frame to get that equipment. So
Yeah,
to be
you're,
in a position to maintain the roads in the winter of 21, 22 for Woodlands, you need to get on and be ordering the equipment here in the first quarter of 21. Is that correct?
yes, Mark ordered the chassis for 2020 in January, and we have yet to see them.
Okay. And then if we just concentrate on the Woodlands, so to plow the roads over there with this new equipment, you're looking at 2 guys to be able to manage that.
Yeah.
And then when not performing those winter duties, what would we be looking for those roles to be doing?
Well, they can roll into streets because they're stretched, and when you add 8 more miles, that's adding to the 7,000-8,000 street signs we have. Plus just the general cleaning, maintaining, and all that work. Plus we could use them for stormwater.
Okay. And so this is the capital that we're focusing on tonight, but in addition to that, in our budget review that we're going to have in the November-December timeframe, commensurate with the equipment is obviously a staffing, resourcing, budget cost, and we're looking at that being late next year that those roles would be added to township in your proposal.
Yeah, sweeper, depending on when you want to start sweeping. The sweeper's a little shorter lead time because the sweeper companies buy giant bulk orders of chassis. So they're sitting on chassis right now. So when you make the order, our name goes in line and they just pull a chassis from their parking lot, take it in and start building it. So you're 4 to 6 months to get a sweeper.
If I just look at in isolation right now, just Woodlands, equipment's going to be here late fourth quarter 21, even if we order it in January. And the 2 roles that would be specific to that, we would be hiring around the same time. Is that reasonable?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on to the street sweeper then. So you're saying that's a shorter lead time, right?
Yeah, 4 to 6 months is what I'm being told.
And the operation for that independently is 1, 2 people. What are you looking at there?
You're one person for the sweeper. We'll probably cross train a couple guys. So if we have that one man out, somebody else can drive it. You're also looking at an increase to our mechanic staffing. We didn't put anybody in for this year, but 1 sweeper is a lot of maintenance. 2 sweepers and an inlet truck is a ton of maintenance. That's gonna tie up quite a bit in fleet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get my mind around the whole thing, but also taking it in bite-sized chunks. So right now, our kind of approach has been to consider starting the program in 21, procurement of a street sweeper, and doing whatever initial staffing is to decide to get that operational, get a little bit of learning, and then move to potentially the second phase, which is the full requirement for delivering the type of sweeping that we believe is necessary to hit the permit goals. And right now, that's more a 22 timeframe, correct?
Yeah, it would be, same thing. You're looking probably mid-year 22 to have the second sweeper. Vac truck, we're probably a longer lead time on getting a vac truck. You're probably at least 9-10 months.
The vac truck is a little bit like the street sweeper program. I get that it needed dedicated to the township and it's multiple circuits a year kind of thing along the roads. The vac truck, is there any opportunity on that to do some kind of joint municipal approach to this versus us buying a unit that is used certain time of the year and is a huge capital outlay, and we actually could maybe look at a different approach for some kind of joint municipal arrangement where it's a shared service and everyone funds it in appropriate proportions?
With our size, we need one to do our inlets. To try to share with somebody else is going to be very difficult. The other thing we're looking at with it, if you remember back to the stormwater presentation from the last meeting, you saw the PA1 column markouts over top of where we have to dig. we would equip the vac truck with what's called soft excavation. So we can go right on top of the gas mains, the water mains, the communications lines. You use this equipment, it's non-contact. So there's no damage to the underground utilities, and we can find them. So we operate safe and we don't do a lot of damage to utilities. Third, right now, we could have used the vac truck tonight. Sewer has an issue on a job where we could have used it to help the contractor instead of doing what we have to do to get by the night. So to have one in our garage is a huge assistance.
And Sean, just a reminder, we have about 6,000 stormwater inlets in the township. So it would be in operation beyond frequently to clean those out on a rotating basis.
I mean, I'm thinking obviously there's an initial huge need because these inlets are clogged up. They've had years and years of road asphalt getting in them, etc. And I can see how there's a large project initiative to start with. But once you've got through those 6,000, is there really an annual need to go around them all again, or it's like is there an initial period of work and then it tails off and it becomes more related to the kind of the repairs and the projects that you're talking about, Dave? I just still trying to get my mind around.
No, it's amazing.
Operation on a vac truck that we've not had ever to this point.
It's amazing, John. We have inlets that we clean manually 2-3 times a year because they get filled with debris. Hopefully the sweepers help take some of that away, but you're still going to have those issues.
Okay.
Yeah, the inlet cleaning is an annual requirement of our MS4 permit. So it's a recurring need and it's never going away.
All right, I've challenged enough for one night, I think.
Well,
But
no,
anyway,
but
that's not being purchased this year, right? That is not in our budget for 21.
No.
That's the 22 item.
that's right.
If I can ask, on your budget request day for this year, what was your budget request from last year? Do you recall?
I
Do you have that, Mark?
I don't have it, but it was probably between $400,000 and $500,000. Well, that's because we had the sweeper in there, but then the sweeper was taken out, so it was less than that. It was probably half that much.
Yeah, it's about maybe 200, 250. And the primary increase this year would be the additional vehicles that you feel are required now that we have the additional developments in our area. Would that be a fair assessment of the increase or the reason driving the increase in your budget request for this year?
Yeah, and looking long term, we just talked about having to add a second sweeper and a vac truck next year. So we really don't want to put another 6-wheeler and pickup in there in addition as well. So we're trying to phase these things out.
Or an excavator, right.
And the large truck does not have a trade-in, so usually we can get anywhere from $40,000 to almost $60,000 on our trade-ins for our big truck.
How about the excavator?
We're going to get a pretty good trade-in for that also. I've had some numbers thrown at me.
Yeah, I would think it's only 11 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got quite a few hours on it though. It's got like 600 hours.
Yeah. And so your budget request is that amount, but hopefully you won't be spending that much.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just the same question I had related to staffing for the street sweeper. So what are you proposing would be in the general fund budget to manage the expense side of operating the street sweeper in addition to the capital, Dave, in terms of staffing? We have to get into the actual numbers tonight.
This year it's just an operator for the sweeper.
Okay.
Because we're not, it's going to be.
When you've got the second sweeper, you would definitely want additional operator and mechanic at that point.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a 22 budget issue.
Yeah, you're looking with the street sweepers. This is an old number from years ago. You're looking at $25 per hour per machine for maintenance in parts. So the side brooms, you're going to get 2-3 weeks out of. Each sweeper has 2. The big center hood, once we get our second machine, we would actually look to get a third hood. So that way we can drop the hood off, send it out to be refurbed, put the spare hood underneath so our machine's not down. But that's all labor intensive. There's a lot of maintenance on those machines.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Dave and Mark on the streets department budget? Okay. That concludes, I believe, our discussion of capital tonight.
So Casey, can we just do a wrap on, the board's heard the requests here. We've answered, we've had a Q&A around all the individual items. The only change I recorded was Mike's $7,500 item was out of here.
Yep.
In working up the total budget picture, what we do is the major capital equipment list that we approve as a board is taken out of the capital reserve fund, and we're looking at a number here tonight that's in the $1.1 million range. So I just want to hear from the board that they are generally supportive of what they've heard for these equipment purchases so that we can keep the budget process moving forward.
I'm supportive.
I'm involved and supporting as well.
I'm supportive. I'm sure I have more questions though.
You'll have an opportunity in a couple weeks.
I think that we put off enough in the past that we're now stuck with it. I think we've got a good one at this point.
Good. Okay, so you want to conclude this session? And then we'll go ahead and start for the 7 o'clock.
Yep, we've got about 5 minutes till 7. This is still the same login. Don't log off. If you want to just mute your mics and mute your cameras until 7 p.m. and we'll be back to start.
I have a quick and an easy request, please.
I'm sorry?
Would someone kindly either email me the documents that you were just looking over or place them on the website?
Those are working papers, and you've asked for those before, Ms. Swart, and we've denied those before because they change almost every day.
Okay, I can get all that information on any other township.
I'm not going to argue with you, Ms. Swart. They change every day, and you're going to get stuck with a static copy, which you're not going to. It's going to be changed. So
it'll sound like 5 people
it'll be provided very soon when the board discusses this again.
6 p.m. That's all right.
Casey, do you want to give it a few more minutes? Do you need to start a recording?
Oh, no, yeah, we continuously record it, so we're good. Yeah, if
Okay.
you want to give everybody maybe 2 more minutes.
Okay, very good. I'm going to start at 7:05. Okay, it's 7:05. Good evening, everybody. This is West Goshen Township's Board of Supervisors meeting scheduled for October 20th, 2020. This is going to be conducted through teleconference. We'll go ahead and start the regular meeting by standing to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Please open your mic if you'd like to make sure everyone else can hear you too. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America,
and
to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a couple of visitors here this evening. Kimberly Holman, I see, is present. Lieutenant Carroll, are you going to be providing the police report? Because it says Justin was going to be.
Yes, I will. We had to make a little switch for some scheduling purposes with our Citizens Police Academy.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure we got the right person for the job. Kristen, nice to see you. Chaz, nice to see you too. All right, so I'll go ahead and start with the chair's announcement related to the instructions for supervisors, staff, and professional service providers. At the beginning of the meeting, we will take a roll call for members, staff, and professional service providers present. A roll call of those members of the public present on the teleconference. Each person speaking shall announce identity at the beginning of their comments. Public comment will be permitted only when specifically requested of the public just before each vote is taken or at the end of the meeting before adjournment. Members of the public shall be muted at all times until the appropriate time for public comment to eliminate background noise. Each item requiring a vote will proceed with a motion and a second, followed by member comments and questions, only when prompted by the chair, and then second by public comments, questions, but only when also prompted by the chair. Voting shall be done by roll call for each member for each vote. And if I could just state that because we have quite a few people on this teleconference, if you could recognize me to allow you to then speak, it would make it a lot easier to ensure that each person who wants to speak can speak without having other people interrupting just by accident. So just keep that in mind. So we'll move on to Ms. Holman's presentation from Good Fellowship of Ambulance Corps Annual Update, COVID-19 Response and 2021 Budget Request.
Thank you, Robin. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, as Robin mentioned, my name is Kim Holman. I am the Executive Director for Good Fellowship Ambulance, which is located right across from Chester County Hospital in West Goshen Township. Chaz is also on the call with us tonight. He is our Director of Operations, so essentially he is the EMS Chief. So he oversees all of the 911 EMS responses out of Good Fellowship. Just a quick note about Good Fellowship, we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We run about 6,000 emergency calls a year. We are the busiest in Chester County, as well as seeing anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 students a year, from anything from CPR all the way up to paramedic certification, which we have an accreditation through a national organization to do that. So Good Fellowship is by no means your normal run-of-the-mill ambulance company. We provide quite a great deal of service to 10 municipalities in total from the greater Westchester area. So that's just a quick summary on us. The next slide talks a little bit about the ops report that you guys may see. from Chaz, and I'll let him address that for you.
Sure, absolutely. We, again, my name is Chaz Bergen. I'm the Director of Operations here at Good Fellowship. Monthly and annually, we send a report out to all our municipalities and several others as well, our local hospitals. In West Goshen, your police department receives it, the fire department, the township manager, fire marshal all receive our report. I'm going to actually stop sharing here for a second and try to share my other report so you can see it. Share. There we go. This is our most recent ops report. If you haven't seen this before, again, Casey, Andrea could certainly send these to you monthly if you want to see them. But we break down our information at the municipal level every month. So you can see in September there, West Goshen was actually our highest call volume. West Goshen and Westchester Borough kind of go back and forth. Generally, Westchester Borough is busier than West Goshen Township. In the times of COVID, that has not been the case though, which we're going to certainly discuss here tonight. So the municipalities you see highlighted in orange there, those are the 10 that we provide primary service to. Any other municipality is us responding to provide mutual aid to a neighboring ambulance service. If their units aren't available, they're all tied up, we go and cover their calls. And you can just see some of the data points it provides. I won't spend a ton of time on this. Again, this is available to you monthly, annually. This is a breakdown of where our patients are going, what their outcomes are. Notably, a lot of people don't know that actually a third of our patients, more in this case, don't go to the hospital. You know, we are a fee-for-service organization. We bill your insurance once we go to the hospital. If you don't go to the hospital, typically there's no insurance there to bill. So it's just something to note there that, you know, a third of our calls aren't getting transported to a hospital anyway. So on the right here kind of breaks down of those not transported, why, kind of what the reasoning was. This last page is full of data. A lot of these data points were requests from municipalities, you know, stuff that they wanted to see monthly and annually. So you can kind of see our response times there. I will tell you that we trend above average on response times in general. Kim can tell you that's one of my pet peeves is we do like to make sure that they are moving as quickly as possible, especially that dispatch to en route time. Our crews do a wonderful job of getting the ambulance out the door as quick as possible. Alcohol and drug suspicion. So this is sometimes, I would say more objective than anything. There has to be some indication of drug or alcohol use. So either seeing something, the patient admits it. This was a request from Westchester Borough. They wanted to see monthly kind of what calls or how many calls involve some types of drugs or alcohol. So you can see there last month, 5% of our calls involve some kind of drug or alcohol indication. So there was something present there or the patient admitted to it. Calls covering other agencies. Again, I spoke about providing mutual aid. That is one of the things we do here. We are the largest organization in Chester County. Often other EMS agencies only have 1 or 2 ambulances in service. So when that 1 or 2 ambulances gets tied up, we provide mutual aid and cover their extra calls. So that's what these are. You can see, and there's a call in the background, I apologize. So responses by stations. Hopefully you can hear me over that. That'll end in a second there, but we have 3 stations currently. Our main station on Montgomery Avenue in West Goshen. We have a station in East Goshen currently, which we'll go into here shortly. And a station in East Bradford Township that provides service to the western portion of our coverage areas. And we have a visual so you can see that. Westchester University's campus does cross over into 3 municipalities. So we do track that as well by municipality. Obviously this year, with no students really or a minimal amount of students on campus, those numbers have been small. And then these are just our call types. So these are the actual medical categories for each patient we came in contact with. So any questions on our operations report at all?
Yeah, I want to ask a question. When your mutual aid arrangements. I see you have responded to 13 calls from Goshen Fire Company. How are you guys set up? Do you respond to a particular geographical area? And if you're tied up, another emergency service will fill in for you? How do you operate? Explain that.
I'll tell you what, we actually have a visual of that, if that's all right.
Okay.
We'll go to the visual here in a second. So
all right.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen and switch back. And it's apparently a very busy night here, so. There we go. Before we get to those maps, we just wanted to touch on COVID. Obviously, that is the hot topic, especially in the medical world right now. Probably early March, we implemented a series of restrictions, both operationally and in our training institute, to eliminate any spread, any potential spread of COVID, especially to our members, our providers. Also making sure that we don't spread COVID to other patients. So we have a ton of restrictions in place, cleaning procedures and PPE usage. To date, we're very proud that we have had 0 internal infections. None of our members have contracted COVID-19 internally from anything they've done here. And that's a testament to really their PPE usage and their cleaning. The vehicles, the equipment are getting sanitized, decontaminated multiple times a day, definitely after every patient contact, especially when we treat a COVID suspected, COVID positive patient. To date, we have transported just under 100 patients that were COVID positive, COVID suspected. We do anticipate that number to increase again as we go into the next few weeks. The Secretary of Health announced, a likely resurgent is coming here in the next few weeks here in Pennsylvania. So, Kim, did you want to add anything on that?
No, like Chad said, we're really proud of the fact that we did transport so many patients that had presentations that matched COVID and ended up a lot of them being positive with no spread internally. That is very difficult to do, and we did a really great job at that. So we're pretty proud of that. We also did have grant support and board support financially to purchase a disinfectant machine. The region and Chester County specifically was going to have one of these devices to share across the 73 agencies of municipalities that exist in Chester County, and Good Fellowship, along with some grant support and, like I said, our board member support. We purchased one of those for individual use here at Good Fellowship, and then our direct partners, the police departments, the fire departments, so they could use it so the greater Westchester area wasn't reliant on something that's a county resource. So we're really proud about that. And just to kind of touch on the fact, you'll hear a lot of noise about EMS revenue being short pre-COVID. The COVID situation has exacerbated this for almost every EMS agency, especially across the Commonwealth. There are a lot of grants and money that are being put out there to help offset this, but there's a lot of hoops that you have to go through to get that money, and it's designated funds. But just so you're clear about Good Fellowship, just this year, due to the loss of call volume, people were scared to call 911. People did not want to go into the hospital, so the 911 volume has been less. But we've had to carry the static fixed costs of the staffing, but on top of that, we've had all this increased expense about the cleaning and the disinfections that everybody has touched anything, you've had to clean it. We're projecting right now a $230,000 revenue in the door loss. So that's not an amped up number. That's actual cash that we get in. So 19 compared to 20, we're actually going to have $230,000 less to do anything with. Because of how we manage ourselves, and we'll talk about that in 2 slides from now, we are really fiscally responsible. So we applied for a PPP loan. And as I mentioned, we have taken advantage of every grant and every opportunity we have to either create funds some other way or minimize expenses where we could. So we're doing rather well considering we're having that much of a gap. But it definitely was trying, as you all are aware, and probably your personal lives and other things that are going on. This has been a very trying year financially, and also trying to keep everybody safe. So.
Yeah, again, just echoing again, our service model is, we take you to the hospital and then we bill insurance for the transport. In the month of April, our volume was down 45%. and it has slowly come back since then. We don't anticipate to come back to where we were probably until spring, summer next year. So that's going to be an ongoing loss, unfortunately, for us. To Mr. Hellman's question here, this is our coverage area. So you can see the borough of Westchester in the center there, surrounded by West Goshen. And I'll explain all the happy colors here. So again, I mentioned we have 3 stations currently. Our main station on Montgomery Avenue is the little house in the center there. That is in West Goshen Township. So what we did is our existing coverage area, we opened these 2 substations, one in East Bradford, one in East Goshen, and split our territory into thirds here to better service the area and reduce response times. So during the day, this is how our coverage area is handled. At night, generally everything is handled from our main station here on Montgomery Avenue. The area in green is handled by our station, our East Bradford station. That stretches into West Bradford and all the way into Newland Township. Very rural area, especially we found at rush hour, extremely difficult to get to during those times. So putting the ambulance out in East Bradford really helped that area and cut the response times down over 40%, which was great. So specific to West Goshen here, did that answer your question about our regional coverage area? Or?
Well, do you overlap with the Goshen EMS at all?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you overlap with the Goshen EMS or
Yeah.
fire company?
That's a great question. So we provide paramedic service to Goshen Fire Company. So very short version, there's different levels of EMS providers. There's EMTs, advanced EMTs, and paramedics. So the easiest comparison is a hospital. You have nurses, physician assistants, and doctors. So if you are sick, you have chest pain, something potentially life-threatening, you want the doctor to take care of you. If you have a sprained ankle and just need it wrapped up and sent home, a nurse can take care of you. Works the same way in EMS world. So our EMTs are basic life support providers. They handle lower acuity patients. If you have a life-threatening emergency or something that could be life-threatening, generally involving heart, lung, or brain, a paramedic is going to take care of you because they bring more knowledge, more equipment, medications. So Goshen Fire Company provides EMTs at the basic life support level. So if there's a patient in their coverage area that requires a paramedic, they get Goshen Fire Company's ambulance and our paramedic. We come in a separate vehicle, we get on board their ambulance, and we treat the patient together. So the map you're looking at, the area in yellow, the ambulance service there is provided by Goshen Fire Company. However, Good Fellowship provides the paramedic to that area. Everything else on this map, we provide both ALS and BLS, both the EMTs and the paramedics to everything. I know that's confusing. If there's any questions on that, I can try to explain a little better. But essentially, it's just different levels.
Just to follow up on your description there and your explanation. So really, if somebody calls 911 with an emergency, the dispatcher has to try to elicit that information from that person who's calling to try to understand whom best to report that emergency to. Is that a correct understanding of the situation? In other words,
Yep.
the dispatcher plays a key role in this whole system.
Absolutely. The fire and EMS dispatchers in Chester County are all county employees. That is all a system, though. That dispatcher's looking for certain keywords, certain signs, certain symptoms, and they are coding these calls to try to send the correct resources. Is it perfect? No, it's never going to be, but it is accurate the majority of the time. Again, they're asking questions. They use what's called EMD, emergency medical dispatch. So they're asking the callers follow-up questions and trying to get the information they need to send the right resources.
Well, we have a dispatch service here in West Goshen. They provide that same service. Is that correct?
So they do not dispatch fire EMS. So if somebody were to call the dispatcher in West Goshen, they would probably take the information and then transfer it over to the county dispatchers for fire and EMS dispatch.
All right, so the county dispatchers are the ones who would issue the call to the EMS services according to the nature of the call.
Correct.
Thanks.
Yep. again, we really hit on this already, but West Goshen, again, it's one of our higher volume townships, typically the second highest volume township for us. And you can see it's actually split in between our 3 stations, just depending on geographic areas. So one thing I do want to mention, the East Goshen station, that was in, we were in a building with a private ambulance company, an ambulance company that does return trips. They're a commercial ambulance company, so they go from the hospital back home or the hospital to a nursing home. We shared a space with them. That property was sold and a developer is taking that over. So we are moving out of that building actually in the next week or so. We are working on some temporary facilities in that area to try to keep the medic unit in that area. If not, it will just respond from our main station on Montgomery Avenue. But we do intend to have a vehicle out in East Goshen, West Goshen to service that area. Unfortunately, we had a hiccup with the building owner here, and again, he's the owner. He's choosing to redevelop it right now. So, any other questions on the coverage area at all? Pretty straightforward. I will let Kim speak to the finances here. I know that's probably what you're most interested in. So go ahead, Kim.
They're not interested in that. So real quick, Good Fellowship prides itself on being super transparent. Anytime you are requesting municipal funding, you have a great responsibility to the residents of that municipality, as well as to the township officials, whether it be the manager or the supervisors. And we are really steadfast in that belief that if you provide us money, or if you're getting any kind of money from an outside source, that you really have to do your due diligence to be responsible with that and to be transparent with that. So a lot of companies won't put this information right out there, but we have really gone with the step of we are going to do that and just explain to you why the ambulance business is the worst business to be in, quite honestly. Fire and EMS, or fire and police, are not billed for service. So it's very easy for municipalities to understand that they have to fund them, and usually fully fund them in some capacity. Where it comes to EMS, there has been this long-term hold or belief that we can bill for a service, so we should be okay, and in fact that we're making money. That's just not the fact. And as about 5 years ago, it really became the revenue was far outpaced by the expenses, and it's only getting worse. So we like to just put it right out there. Our insurance revenue that we get in optimally is right around 2.1 million. Money in the door is a little bit different, but to get into semantics, it's about 2.1 million in, less our operational expenses. Cost us about $2.8 million to put this organization together and provide all the services that we do. So we end up running short almost $700,000 annually. So most of the time, everybody kind of freaks out and says, well, how can you do this? So what Good Fellowship does is we put in our own hustle. So before we go anywhere else, we try and minimize our expenses. We try and streamline our resources. We are a firm believer in economies of scale, which is why we've done a little bit of head work of what you're going to talk about in a little bit about the strategic plan coming out of the county. Us setting up 3 different stations like that is a mini version of system status management, and it is a way to save money to the municipalities. It's less travels on the truck. There's a bunch of different things that you can save money by the way that we have our organization set up. So we go out for other revenue sources as well. Those vehicles have wheels, so if they're not turning on an emergency, we try and get them to turn in some other way or do some other kind of revenue source. So we do routine transports as a backup to those private entities. We do have contracts with some of the hospitals to help them out when they are overcrowded or they need to decompress. So that brings in about $111,000 in and of itself. We also have a subscription drive, grants, some other programs that we try to put together, which brings in at about another $200,000. So on our own, Good Fellowship makes up that shortfall by about $310,000. That has gone up significantly. That was not that high. I took over as executive director in 2016, and that number was almost non-existent at that time. So we have put in a lot of work to try and mitigate or get against this shortfall that's getting increasingly larger every year, to be completely honest with you. So honestly, it's got us to the point where we need to go to the municipalities for assistance to kind of stay where we are. We don't have room, as you can see from the ops report, to decrease staffing. The ambulances that we have are needed in the area. We are not inflating numbers. We're not creating artificial demand. These people are calling 911, and we're responding regardless of their ability to pay, which is exactly what we should be doing. So really that leads down to, we need to make up that gap, because the difference is we won't be able to fund new equipment. We won't be able to do capital purchases. We won't be able to reinvest into the company to keep the staffing and the level of quality that we have kind of put out there and that is expected in our community, especially in West Goshen. Chaz, if you want to go to the next one. So what we've done is we've created this municipal funding formula. This isn't a novel concept. This is kind of done across the Commonwealth. It's not very consistent, but Westchester Fire Department does something similar in a contract form. We have other EMS agencies in the county. There's probably maybe 5 or 6 that have been doing this, and the majority of them are going to go to this. And there's different ways that you can set up this funding formula. Chaz, if you just want to talk about how
Sure.
the numbers work.
Yeah, essentially the goal of this was to make sure every municipality, the ask is for their fair share. So it's based on population, which is the risk, and calls, which is the actual need. So 50% of it's based on the population, 50% of it's based on the call volume. So again, when I spoke about the map, there are parts of West Goshen that we only provide paramedic service to. And that would be the ALS only area. So those 3 townships, those portions, Goshen Fire Company is the ambulance, but we are the paramedic service. BLS and ALS we provide full service to all or parts of these townships. So with that comes out to a total request of just over 86,000 from West Goshen for 2021. And again, that's based on previous year's call volume and the current population. So we do provide service to 100% of West Goshen Township. About 30% of it is, 40% of it is the paramedic only, 60% of it is both ambulance and paramedic service. So that's how we came to this formula. This number doesn't even quite get us to where we need to be, but it's a good step in the right direction. This is probably our 3rd year with this formal formula in place now. Casey and West Goshen were one of the initial ones to really buy into this and support it. And most of our municipalities now are supporting this formula. So, Kim, you have anything to add to that?
I do have to say, we've had pretty good success with everybody now understanding the concept of the need. That was really the 16, 17 was really struggling to get everybody to understand that, it's not a money-making game anymore. Not that it ever really was, but you could at least cover your expenses and your depreciation costs. So this year, we are proud to say 9 out of 10 are participating in the funding. We have got several that are at full ask, which is great. And 4 out of the 10 have actually suggested we go into a contract, a regional contract, which you guys are familiar with Westchester Fire Department. So that's kind of the lay of the land on the municipal funding. The next 2 or 3 slides just refer to the Chester County Strategic Plan. I don't know if you've read that document. It's a 300 and some odd page document that was just released from MRI. It was a company that was requested by the associations. There's 3 or 4 different associations at the county level that represent fire, police, fire, law enforcement, and EMS. And they championed that, hey, we need an overarching Chester County strategic plan, what this is going to look like in the future for emergency services. Some of their recommendations was municipal funding, participation by the municipalities in these discussions, and then really saying, how do you begin these relationships, and really how do you start consolidation? Where Chaz and I are unique and Good Fellowship's stance is unique is we do believe in consolidation and economies of scale, mergers, and those kind of things, especially on the EMS side, because our expenses can be duplicated across organizations and you don't need to fund that. I'm gonna get in trouble for quoting that out loud, but we truly believe that we can save some more money if we can get some of the organizations to work with each other, even on simple things. So while EMS funding is needed by the municipality, it needs to be a team effort and we need to work together. So basically a synopsis of the strategic plan. Chaz, anything to throw on there?
No, you just want to go quickly through some of the recommendations, or
Yeah, you can just show them.
so my other hat I wear, as Casey knows, I'm the vice president of Chester County's EMS Council. So that is the advisory body to county and local government for all things EMS. So we really had a hand in this. Myself, Kim, Good Fellowship, which was great. And again, as the largest EMS agency in the county, we really put a lot of input into this for a direction forward. So just breaking some of the recommendations up there, this plan is 380 something pages. So some light reading for you if you're interested. We could certainly provide that to you. I'm sure Casey has a copy available. But some of the findings on government was really about engagement, encouraging local municipalities to engage more with their fire and EMS providers and really have a full understanding of the services they provide and their monetary needs, personnel needs, stuff like that. So again, everything we've talked about with EMS funding, reimbursements are horrible. The only thing we want to point out is the average request or the average requirement in Chester County for EMS is just under 500,000. Our total ask is 338. So why is that? Why are we less? Again, economies of scale. We are the largest service in the county. We're a regional service. So it comes down to what's called unit hour utilization. And it's essentially how many calls one ambulance can take in a shift. We are a busier service in a more urban area. So we're able to generate more revenue due to handling more calls compared to a service in a more rural area that can only afford to have one ambulance in service. So. And as Kim just talked about, regionalization is something we wholly support. You know, we would love to work with other agencies in the future if we can. Again, we don't want to tie up too much of the time here, so we can certainly answer any specific questions after a later date by email, and certainly Casey knows how to find us as well. But any questions that we can answer specific to Good Fellowship or the strategic plan?
Well, I'm going to ask one. For your revenue stream, have you pursued, I'm sure you have, but there's been a result of you going to the insurance companies and asking for more payment for your services?
Kim?
He is kicking that to me. I've actually served on Senate Resolution 6. I don't know if you've heard of that report. There were 39 members across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who were on an 18-month long basically session to try and say what we were going to do in the next 10 years. Legislative, I'll say a tax for lack of a better word, or legislative motion on increasing Medicaid, which is really something we could do in Pennsylvania. And then talking to the private insurance companies about balance bills. You'll hear that term thrown around a lot. So there is a lot of motion on trying to get increased reimbursements from insurance companies. But as you know, their lobbies are strong. And what happens a lot of times is the bill, we can get senators or representatives to latch on and write a bill. But then when it gets onto the floor of Harrisburg or even federally down in DC, it dies because the insurance lobbyists are much stronger than fire EMS, even IAFF, the fire association, has got a lot more money. A lot of times it dies on the floor because the insurance companies are just so much stronger than we are. So yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of movement on that. There's been a lot of buy-in because they understand that the state, federal, state, and local municipalities are struggling for funding in and of it themselves. So everybody is trying to pass the dollar to somewhere else. So it's an attack, a point of attack for us. I spend a lot of time in Harrisburg and at least once or twice a year down in DC. I serve on NAEMT, which is a National Association of EMTs. I'm active in their advocacy committee and also a 5-member team of a PAC group for them. So I am very ardent about trying to track that down, but it is a large mountain to overcome.
I'll just add to Medicare and Medicaid, they're set rates. So it doesn't matter what our expense was on the call. Medicare and Medicaid have set rates they reimburse us. So it doesn't matter what we bill them, doesn't matter what our expense was, we're only getting this much. Especially with Medicaid, and I should say really every call, almost every call we lose money on. but especially with these Medicare, Medicaid, fixed rate reimbursements, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. So.
Just a follow-up question to Kim. This is Sean Walsh. The revenue side, you've given a good explanation as to why it's so difficult to move that. On the expense side, over the last 5 years, what kind of % increase year on year are you seeing in the expenses to serve, and what is driving those increases?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So actually, it's going to be a little confusing, but basically, there's a scarcity of resource on the staffing. So certified personnel in Pennsylvania is on the decline. That's also in that SR6 report, which I'll actually send to Casey. It's not as long as this 381 strategic plan document. It's like 40 some pages, but it gives you a really good picture of EMS and fire in Pennsylvania. It's a pretty quick read. So there's a number of things that factor into the expenses going up. So less volunteers, scarcity of certified personnel, because the difference with this kind of work and a volunteer organization like Habitat for Humanity, you can walk in and be swinging a hammer in 20 minutes. To go out on the ambulance and save somebody's life, to volunteer to do that, it's really difficult to do. It's over 100 of hours of training just to get the base certification to be able to get on the truck. So those people are declining. So, anything for economics, when there's scarcity of resource, the wage demand goes up. So it's costing us way more to pay people to do this job because they just demand the wage because the resource isn't there. On top of that, unfortunately, the inflation rates haven't kept up with the expenses of an ambulance. An ambulance, I can remember, I've been here since '94. An ambulance was under $100,000. Now to get an ambulance, it's $200,000. The cardiac monitor alone is $30,000. The stretchers now, because of all the specs for safety and the regulations, they've doubled on these stretcher mounts. There's a stretcher mount that goes in, and then there's the stretcher that goes to the stretcher mount. So the tools of the job have just doubled or tripled, and we're talking tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, to get these things on the ambulance. So a fully outfitted ambulance can be up to $500,000 now. So, you can only expand the life of them for so long. You can only trade so many in, and of course the resale value on them doesn't hold. So there's a lot of factors in it about the expenses and why they're going up. So I know that sounds like a muddled answer, but it really is something that's out of our control. The only thing that we can really control is internally is the staffing. So, we look at that every year and say, what's left? I've outsourced a lot of the operations inside of the organization since 2016 when I took this on. So we've done a lot of cost saving measures there. We have tried to find ways where we can minimize those expenses, but staffing, the actual number of people and the number of trucks that we have serving the area, I can't change that without making someone wait longer for an ambulance or having less ambulances.
Okay, thank you.
Kim, how many hours does it take to do basic service then in an ambulance?
So you can
the EMS person.
Right. So a basic EMT, as Chaz was talking about earlier, I'm a nurse, so I take a little bit of offense to the nurse comment. But so for the basic EMT, it's 140 hours at minimum. And they can do that as fast as 7 weeks. And as I said, we do the training in-house. To speak to Mr. Walsh's point, we have kept the training institute here at Good Fellowship because we want to make it readily available for people to walk in the door, walk up to the 3rd floor, train their EMT, and walk back downstairs to the 1st floor and get on the truck and staff it. Even with that availability, and even with compressing it to 7 weeks, it's difficult to get people to stay. To stay and volunteer, but then to stay in the location, not go somewhere for a higher wage, not use it as a stepping stone. There's just a lot of things that count against you. But like I said, the minimum to get on the ambulance, you can join as an attendant, you can do a ride along, you can do all those things, but to actually street the ambulance, to answer a 911 call, you have to have 2 of those certified providers on there, and the minimum training is 140 hours.
Yeah, I was afraid of something like that. When I was active with GFAC, which is 1960 area, it took a first aid card, and that was, 2 Saturdays?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Times have changed quite a bit, for good and for bad. Sometimes I wish we could just go back to that first aid card. I think we got a little crazy with the requirements on it, but it's what's required by the state. So there's an expense to that, and unfortunately, like I said, it's just outrunning how much they're paying back for it. So we are where we are. We gotta do our part. We have to hustle. We try to save on our end, but we need partners, and we need partners who we can rely on. Our grants, those subscription drives, the things that we do are fickle resources fiscally for us. So we need stable revenue sources, and really the municipalities are the only way to do that. And to continue to provide a stable quality service, we need you guys as partners.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Just one last question. I want to, Chaz and Kimberly, would you be willing to share your PowerPoint presentation with the board members?
Sure.
And maybe send it to Casey and have that available for us?
Absolutely. And like we said, Chaz and I welcome the opportunity to educate anyone. This is a huge animal. I mean, we could go on for hours about this stuff. But really, we want you just to be educated and to understand what's factually going on. You can get a lot of people in front of you that give you a bunch of different information, but everything we give you is going to be vetted and factual, and we love to help you understand, because it's not something that you're an expert on. It took us forever to become SMEs, so it's something that we want you to rely on us for, and we'll always shoot straight with you.
Yeah, and thank you so much for what you're doing. You're providing truly an essential service to the community. Sure.
Thank you, Sal.
Well, I do have a question. Sorry. Chaz did mention that we need to be kind of more communicative with each other. I know that I certainly would love the opportunity to learn more about what you guys do and be updated and kind of keep tabs on what you're doing, because I mean, great presentation, certainly an awesome presentation, but I had no idea, right? Like that was happening. And so for me as a board member, I really would love the opportunity for you guys to come even once every couple of months to just kind of give us an update at our meeting. I think that, I mean, you're invited to do that. I would love to add that to the agenda. So if we could maybe start setting something like that up, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, we actually, with Westchester Borough, I moseyed my way in, well, actually sent Chaz, on their public safety. They have a subcommittee, and we presented their subcommittee every month now with right under police, fire. We never had a seat at the table. So we actually kind of got our way in there and said, hey, this is a big service. And that's kind of where we went to the drug and alcohol, because there's ways that we can save money working together. We can put in tougher alcohol open container laws in the borough, which will keep the drinking down. We tell the bar owners, hey, you got to close it, whatever time, because they're all stumbling around in the streets getting hit by cars. There's just stuff that we can do together. So we're super excited about that. And if you're super interested, Mayor Herron actually did a ride along, the mayor of Westchester. And that really, we invite all of you to do a ride along. It really opens your eyes up to what we see, how it goes. So we invite everybody to do those things. So between a ride along, the bi-monthly or every third month, if you want us to come speak, we can do that. And the reason we're really interested in educating you guys is you decide via township resolution who provides the service to your township. So you guys renew that annually. And where we land in West Goshen is wholly your responsibility. Mr. Hellman was talking about that earlier. When they call 911, there are boxes set up by each township. You guys draw those lines, and if that person lives within that box, they get Good Fellowship. Or if they live in this part of the box, they get Goshen Ambulance and Good Fellowship's paramedic. So you guys really have to understand what you're setting up and what lines you're drawing. So it's really, like I said, and you nailed it right on the head. It's communicating, it's understanding, and it's education. So we are more than willing to help out with that.
Yeah, you definitely have a seat at this table. You don't have to fight for it. You are invited.
Yeah, thank you.
I would love nothing more than a ride along. And just if I could address the board really quick, just to follow this up and sort of conclude my thoughts, is that I feel that such an essential service, especially during such a critical time and during a pandemic, it's really important that we be there for the residents of this township. If we can spend, you know, $90,000 on new cars for the township, then I really feel like we should be able to swing $85,000 for ambulance services. That's my opinion. I just want it out there on the record. So thank you guys so much for your presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Doug or Margie, I see you both have your mics open. Are either of you interested in asking any more questions before we move on?
Yes, Robin, this is Doug. 3 questions for Kim, please. Kim, do you receive revenue from the training school? And do you participate with commercial insurance? And if so, do you negotiate the fee schedules with the insurances?
So the Training Institute, so Good Fellowship Club of Chester County Incorporated is the 501c3. Inside of that organization is the ambulance service, 911, as well as Good Fellowship Training Institute. So they are all one entity. Does that make sense for the revenue, to the revenue part? So it's the training money that the Training Institute gets goes in just with like the insurance reimbursement on the operations side. It's all one organization.
So you do get something from the training school, and that goes towards the operation.
Well, no. So crazy enough, the Training Institute up until 5 years ago actually ran upside down. So I actually was able to flip that a little bit. We partnered with Newcastle County down in Delaware, and we have had 3 recruit academies through them. So as we talked about that other revenue, trying to generate other revenue into the company, on a regular fiscal year, the Training Institute is revenue neutral. We are lucky if we are in the black. The reason we do that is to keep the training tuition affordable. Right now, it's around $1,000 for an EMT class. When I took it in '94, it was $350. So it's definitely difficult to keep up with it. The textbooks alone are $500. So, you know, we don't make any money on the Training Institute. We keep it because it's the driver of the resources that are scarce.
I see. Okay. And as far as participating with insurance,
yeah, so that's another one. Good.
Would that help with having the insurance companies send the business your way and possibly negotiating the fee schedules? If you go ahead.
So when someone calls 911, they don't get to choose which ambulance, right? So you guys designate in that box who goes. So the majority, 99% of our business is 911. So someone calls 911, and regardless if they're in network, out of network, any of those kind of things, we go. What you're talking about is there are ambulance organizations that can participate with the insurance company. Now, what happens is because of the insurance companies, they'll tell you, we'll send you the money right away. We won't play any games with denials, and then you have to reprocess. They won't do any of that stuff. But what they'll do is they'll pay you either at Medicare rates or a little bit above. And you can negotiate those rates, but what happens to you is you end up with pretty much a whole entire Medicare base. So on every dollar, you're only going to get 30 cents to 50 cents of every dollar that you bill. So it doesn't cover the expense, because what happens is you're in a higher Medicare, Medicaid area. You actually have to compensate those bills with the private insurance. So if you took participating rates on the private insurance, this number would be even worse. But we do annually talk to our billing company and say, hey, run the numbers if we were participating, run the numbers if we weren't. And every year, revenue-wise, we make out being participating. And I know you get this because of your business. So, you know, it's a really great question. And we look at that all the time. So it's pretty much an annual run on the numbers to say, and participating is no bueno for us right now. So no good.
Hey, thank you, Kim.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hi, Robin. I do have a couple of questions. This is Margie Swart. Kimberly and Chaz, thank you very much for the presentation. That was really good. Later on in the meeting, we are distributing or agreeing to the foreign fire insurance, and it shows here Good Fellowship. Is that Good Fellowship Fire, or is that actually Good Fellowship Ambulance?
So another great question. So there is Good Fellowship Club of Chester County Incorporated, which is the training institute and the 911 service. The Good Fellowship Volunteer Relief Association is a separate incorporated organization. Our in-house here, we have 4 volunteers that get reelected every year by the volunteer members here at Good Fellowship. And the foreign fire tax, those relief associations that you're talking about distributing the money to, what they do, really the sole focus of them is safety and education of volunteers. So it is audited by the attorney or the attorney general's office. Basically, they send down an auditor every 2 or 3 years to run and make sure you're spending the money, because it's very specific of what you can spend that money on. And it truly has to be for the safety, protection, and really to make whole any volunteer firefighter or volunteer member who's hurt, injured, or needs training. So that's really what that money's for. It's separate from Good Fellowship Club of Chester County.
So it's separate from your request this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then also, we're all taking a hit. We're all taking a hit with this COVID, and as your revenues are down, so are the revenues down for the township. So I'm looking at a request. I found online your grant application to the Chester County Community Foundation, and I guess you got like a $5,000 grant, and that was partially for half of the cost to engage Sylvia and Carter and Associates. Correct. So can you just explain what, like, that's going to help you, I imagine, generate quite a bit more revenue.
Yeah, so you know that $300,000 I was talking about us making up earlier in the one slide. So before I came on, I told you that number was significantly low. Us going out to Sylvia and Carter, that organization, really was us looking for an expert in development. So forever, Good Fellowship really kind of just spun its wheels and tried to figure out a way to make up the difference. And then I kind of brushed over this just because of time. We did in 2018 a really significant thing and basically took the paramedics out of Chester County Hospital and merged them into our organization. And that was something with Chester County Hospital and us that we did, and it benefits the residents in a multitude of ways. But in doing that, basically we increased our expenses, but we could increase our revenue too. But really, when that happened, we said, you know, we got to find a better way of funding this. It can't just be on insurance revenue alone. So last year, I think in 18, we brought them on, and then in 19, part of the grant to Chester County Community Foundation was to offset some of the expenses of bringing on the development specialists. But really, that is why that number has grown so large. That is why our ask is so small to the municipalities right now, is because we're doing the work and we're trying to get the work done ourselves instead of being reliant or dependent on external sources, because as I talked about earlier, they are fickle. And to put this great of a resource on a fickle revenue source is not a good idea. Okay. So that is why we contracted with them. That is why we're trying to pay for some of it off of grants, just to be responsible, but also to raise more revenue.
Okay, and then also as part of that, it did mention that, in fact, it says we receive less than $135,000 from the 10 municipalities we serve. So this is a huge, you know, I'm not saying it's not warranted, but the ask going from 135,000 from the 10 municipalities up to whatever that was, the 3, I mean, it's quite an increase.
Yeah, so the original ask all along, Mrs. Swart, has been for $330,000. We, as I struggled for 2 or 3 years, even to get people to sit with us. Like we mentioned, East Bradford and West Goshen were two of the first to actually sit with us and listen to our requests. The number hasn't jumped. The reference of the 130,000 is what we actually got in from the municipalities. So when I took on this role in 2016, the total in from the municipalities was $23,000. So that $130,000 is where we moved to when that was submitted, but the ask has always been for this total.
Okay, thank you. And again, I appreciate
Your appearance. Educate away, like ask all the questions you want.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, should we go ahead and thank Kim and Chaz? Thank you so much for presenting, making us aware, and definitely keep us informed.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support, guys.
Questions from everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Chaz.
Bye, guys.
Good job.
Okay, let's move on to item number 4 with Lieutenant Carroll stepping in for Lieutenant DiMedio for the reports of the month of September 2020.
Thank you. Good evening. For the month of September, our officers responded to 2,075 calls for service. Of those calls, 51 were alarms, and 6 of those 51 were considered valid alarms. We responded to 17 reportable accidents and 32 non-reportable accidents, and our officers drove a total of 20,693 miles during the month. We concentrated a lot of our traffic enforcement efforts to Taylor's Mill Road, Norfolk Avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue, Snyder Avenue, West Warren Road, Cedar Avenue, South Five Points Road, Airport Road, and Phoenixville Pike. And our officers attended training during the month in the area of career development. A number of our emergency response team officers not only attended their normal monthly training, but attended some outside training. We completed a significant portion of our fall firearms training for all of our officers. I think about 18 officers attended that training. There's still a few more to go. And I think 6 of our officers attended their EVOC training, which we try and do every 2 years. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, I'm going to ask. I'll start off, I guess. I ask every month. I asked last month about body camera status update on that, and we were told that they should be arriving by the middle of October and hopefully implemented by the end of this month. So, can you tell us where we're at with body cameras?
I can. They have arrived.
Okay.
A little slowed down in implementation because the company is so backed up. We need 3 days of them to come out and train us on the cameras. The earliest we can get them to come out is the second week in December. So we've scheduled that for them to come out and train us. Meanwhile, we've started installing the in-car cameras. Today was the first day of the install.
Very exciting.
We are excited.
And when do you anticipate the program will be fully implemented?
I believe after the 3-day training, officers will be able to start using them immediately. So the 3 days of training is to try and get trained to all of our officers that it is not 3 days of training to operate the cameras. It's much shorter than that, but to try and get all of our officers cycled through the training, they come out for 3 days.
And when do you anticipate that could happen?
That's what's scheduled for the second week in December.
Second week of December. Okay.
Yes.
Second question I had asked Lieutenant DiMedio if he could put together some data regarding dispatch. So I was wondering what the status of that request is.
I know he was working on getting some of the data from the county. I don't know the status of where that collection is.
Okay, I'll reach out to him specifically on that. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the public? Okay, hearing none.
Hi, this is Margie. I have a question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Lieutenant Carroll. This is Margie Swart.
Good evening, Ms. Swart.
I'm not sure if the question is more for you or more for the board. I was surprised to learn of the looting that took place at the marijuana dispensary back in May 31st. At what point is the board notified of criminal activity? So I guess my main question is, was the board notified and did they know about that when it happened?
Yeah, I'm going to have to refer that to the board. I don't know what they know.
I was not. I don't recall being notified. Maybe we were. I don't recall.
I don't think we were notified at all.
No, I didn't do anything like that. I mean, typically, for a particular crime event within the township, unless it's of a, I guess, a life-threatening emergency, I don't know why the board would be necessarily informed. I mean, there's robberies that occur within the township, and that's not something that Chief Gleason would make it a habit to inform board members that a robbery occurred at any particular establishment.
Well, to John's point, if I could chime in here, anything that's usually, we'll say for lack of a better term, sensational would end up in the news, and therefore usually doesn't have to be, informed on a routine basis. So I guess this was a little bit unique in that area, and I don't know. It obviously didn't make news right away, so the details weren't as widely available in the news. But usually it's not an issue because anything, again, of a sensational news story is in the news right away.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at this.
Go ahead, Margie.
Oh, I'm just saying this might just be a good opportunity to look at a policy implementation of like what warrants the police officers alerting or notifying, whether it goes through Mr. Lalonde, who then passes it on to the board. It's just a learning opportunity. So I just wanted to bring it up.
No, thank you, Margie, for bringing that up. I mean, it's a really good point. So again, it comes back to communication. I think it's the most important thing that we can do as board members is communicate with our police department, communicate with our manager, communicate with every department in the township. I don't know that I necessarily agree that if it's in the news, that should be our method of being informed. As a board member, I honestly feel that we need to know about these things. At the same time, there's a lot of gears sort of turning at the township all the time. So I guess what I want to address is the communication aspect. We are looking at upping our communication in a lot of ways. And I mean, it's a good point. I would like to have that discussion in the future with the board members, with the police department, about how we get that information, what constitutes information that we think that we need to know, and that sort of chain of communication, what comes to us immediately, what doesn't. So it's all things that I think are on our horizon in the near future. I will say that. I think it's on our horizon in the near future.
So I just want to offer my point of view. Right outside of where the dispensary is a CVS or Walgreens in the same business center. And had there been a looting at CVS, would you have expected that? Or are you more focused on the fact that it was a dispensary? Because I think these are all private businesses. I'm certain that if there was something that led to lethal force or alternatively individuals becoming, all having to be taken out because they had to, they went through the building through glass, et cetera, et cetera. I think that we should be in a position to know that the police department would make us aware through Casey, or maybe even directly to the board, if they felt that this was something that we all needed to know about.
Well, I think this was clearly related to the George Floyd incident. So I'm not looking at it as because it was at the marijuana dispensary, but in the after effects and the days after that incident, for whether it was the CVS or the Walgreens or Walmart or somebody's house, if 30 basic thugs break into and loot a business or a residence or a commercial establishment, I would just think that that would be communicated to the board members and to the public next time it happens. Hopefully never, but I mean, I think that was a pretty big incident that the board didn't even know about, much less the citizens. So
I'm not sure I completely agree with your statement, Margie. There is an interest factor there from the board. I didn't see anything in that incident that was an immediate threat to public safety in West Goshen Township. We have other incidents that we've been made aware of as a board, whether it's Sunoco related, that were potentially more impactful to residents or could have been. So I certainly am happy to continue a discussion, but I don't think this particular incident is the way you described it in terms of a public safety threat.
I hear what you're saying, Sean, but I will say we need to have discussions around what does constitute needing to be reported to the board and what's it's not, because I still think that that's sort of unclear at this point. And so I suggest that in the future, the board kind of look at different, situations that maybe we do need to be made aware of, because honestly, the dispensary is a different kind of business than a CVS, just inherently by nature. So I think that it's a good question. I think that we should revisit it.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Ashley. I'm just pushing back on Margie's statement that this was some kind of related to George Floyd. I mean, there's no evidence of that as far as I can see. It was a coordinated robbery attempt. Just as Robin pointed out, there are plenty of pharmacies in West Goshen that carry all kinds of Class A drugs that could be targets. This is just a very visible one. That's just the case in this instance. But yeah, I'm happy to have a conversation around what we might expect if there is this type of incident again.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item, which is number 7. And thank you, Lieutenant Carroll, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Casey. You want to start the discussion about appointing a supervisor to participate as a I'm not sure if we're called a trustee or a member for the NIDMA supervisor appointment.
Yeah, as part of the Woodlands at Greystone project, previously two township supervisors were appointed by the board to be members of the NIDMA, which is the Neighborhood Improvement District Management Association, which acts as oversight for the NID, which is part of the overall Woodlands at Greystone project. They're overseeing the bond proceeds that are being used to develop the project. And we had Mary Lasota, previous board member, on there before. After she left, her slot was not replaced by anyone from the board. And I got a call from the attorney for the NIDMA probably 2 weeks ago asking, because they, right now, since it's just, the project's just, it's not in its infancy by any means, but it's the starting year or so of the NIDMA. He's asked that we replace Mary's position with another supervisor. So that's what I'm requesting tonight, is to essentially have a volunteer from the supervisors to assume Mary Lasota's position.
I'm happy to volunteer to do that. I live up in the area here, so I'm putting my name forward for consideration by the rest of the board.
All right. Does someone want to make a motion if no one else wants to volunteer?
Yes, I'd make a motion to appoint Sean.
I'll second it.
Any public comment?
Who's the other board member on that NIMA?
Yeah, it's currently, it's Robin. Yep.
Oh, okay. And what exactly would the responsibilities entail?
The NIDMA board right now, again, since we are in, well, we're not really part of it, but it provides some oversight to the organization that is sending out, for example, the NIDMA board met last September, I believe, Robin. I think that's what we discussed earlier. It was September of last year. They've only met the one time because at that time, I don't think we didn't even have any residents living in the Woodlands yet. Everything was still under construction. So they oversee the annual billing of the fees for the NID to the residents. I think I noticed their sign today. They have 90 home sites sold there out of 589. So the NIDMA board just oversees the billing through their third-party vendor for billing, and just oversees the bond on a more oversight basis. And currently, they're only meeting about once a year. And again, last September was the first meeting.
So essentially, the role of as a supervisor and being part of the NID board, they look to us to make sure that they have shared with us the MuniCap public finance analysis of how they came up with the assessments. They call it a special assessment, and they basically walk us through a process of how they derived the assessment in terms of the increase. And based upon the information, MuniCap also makes the presentation to the board members so that they get that information directly through MuniCap. And then we vote to go ahead and agree to the special assessment.
All right, that's. Do we need to vote on that?
I'm sorry?
Do we need to vote on that? And we made a motion, seconded?
Yes, we do. We need to vote. So, do we have a
public comment, Robin?
Yes, public comment. Go ahead, Margie, or caller number 3. Not sure who caller number 3 is, so maybe we don't have any public comment. Okay, hearing none, we can go forward with a roll call. I'll go ahead and start and say yay. Ashley?
Yay.
Is that
Aye.
Sean? Okay. John?
Aye.
Hugh?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I have one question. I'm muted when I meant to speak up. Real quickly, when is the park scheduled to be donated or turned over to the township?
At this point, we don't know. They have a lot of work to do. They have to refurbish 3 dams. They have to install 7 to 8 miles of trails and make those improvements. So we have no idea. It could be 2 years, could be 3 years. We don't know yet.
Okay, I just wanted to make a point that when this was sold to the board members at the time and the residents about the creation of this neighborhood improvement district, it was all about having these public improvements finished and complete within 18 months. And the residents of the township would get to enjoy this beautiful new park in 18 months instead of the normal number of years. So I'm just disappointed that that didn't come through as promised.
Ms. Swart, you're incorrect. If you go back to the 2007 conditional use, there is a specific timeline in which all the improvements have to be made. So they are following that along with the NID bond. 85% of the money has to be spent within 3 years. And obviously the sewer infrastructure, the roads, retaining walls had to come first because they couldn't build homes without that. So the park will be last. But it will be within that 3 years.
Okay, and then there was also the promise of $1 million from the developer to the park fund.
Yeah, and that's payable when the park is dedicated. So that will follow in 2 to 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
So Are there any supervisor announcements that you'd like to make this evening? Board members?
Yeah,
Robin,
I'll
this
just
is
start.
Sean. Oh, go ahead, John.
Size. I just want to say I attended some PSATS virtual training sessions, including stormwater management, and also had the opportunity to engage in a tabletop exercise, which lasted over a couple of days, simulating an emergency of flooding in the area. A lot of good information in that tabletop exercise, and I learned a lot. And following from that, I would like to request that we pursue the draft letter that Derek began addressed to the county commissioners regarding an emergency of a pipeline nature, but that we go ahead and pursue that letter and have the board consider it. The second thing I want to talk about was there was been a concern of residents along Glen Avenue, traffic, and there was a initial informal survey done about what can be done to mitigate the traffic flow and the traffic speed, which morphed into developing a formal survey, which Casey Ladon, the township manager, sent out to all the residents on that Glen Avenue stretch between Delancey and Schoolhouse Lane. 24 surveys were sent out, 10 were returned. Line pitting was ruled out at this time as a engineering feature to try to stop the speed. The most popular suggestions from the residents was an increased patrol presence in the area and also a periodic placement of the temporary radar detector along the roadway. So that's a continuing discussion we're having with the residents along that area. And I think it was good that we engaged with the residents in dealing with that problem. That's all I have.
Thank you, John. Sean?
Yeah, I just wanted to make people aware that the Westchester Area Council of Governments has now posted its request for information for renewable energy development. This is a document that we're looking for renewable energy development companies, solar energy in particular, to respond to. And it's, as a reminder for the audience tonight, it's basically a collection of the aggregated electric demand for 6 municipalities in the Westchester area to see if we can get some responses for utility scale solar systems that will be competitive with against our current cost of generation that we pay on our electric bills. And the responses are due by mid-November. So if anybody has friends, neighbors, or knows companies who are in this business, please encourage them to look at the document and submit a proposal. Thanks.
Sean, I was going to ask, do you think it would be okay for us to share with the board members the Sierra Club through Jim Wiley about the way how they're handling the communications to residents? Is there any reason why that could not be shared with them?
No, I mean, I think that's a good idea. I mean, what I would like to do is for Jim to engage with our new sustainability committee and for the information to come through that channel as a way for us as a board to make sure that the right committee and the folks involved with that and our board liaison there can be part of that overall community engagement plan that the team is putting together on behalf of the Council of Government. So I think that would be a good way to do it. But in the near term here, yeah, we should just share what we've received from Jim.
Yeah, I can send it to everybody. Okay. Ashley, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Yeah, I just have two quick things. So to follow up on the Sustainability Committee, I just wanted to kind of update people as to where we are with that. We had our first meeting last month. Our next meeting is scheduled, I believe, for October the 27th, I think a week from today. And I think that's at 6. I think we decided that it would be at 6 o'clock. Yeah. You can find that information on the website. A vice chair was elected, a secretary was elected, and for the past couple of weeks, they've been working on developing a mission statement. So it's really coming along nicely. I'm really proud of how quickly they got organized. They're doing a really great job. And then just quickly to update everybody on the Chief of Police search. So as you all know, we've been working with the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association for the past couple of months. We've gone through several levels of receiving resumes and vetting the resumes and the first round of interviews. And so we're at a place now where we are holding our final interviews for 3 candidates next week on October 28th. And, we've been working with our search committee to develop a list of questions. The board's been really privy to everything we're doing. So within the next few weeks, we are probably going to have a candidate that the search committee is going to propose to the board for approval for appointment for chief of police for next year upon Chief Gleason's retirement. So just to give you guys a quick update on where we are with that. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to either me or to John Hellman because we're on that search committee. Yeah, so I just wanted to update you guys.
Okay, moving on to the township manager's announcements.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I just have one announcement. We received some good news. Our e-newsletter, which we send out quarterly, and also our monthly e-news blast, received a PSATS award. We're second place of 3, not too bad for the entire Commonwealth. We received an award for the content of those e-newsletters. We're putting out a press release, I think tomorrow or Thursday, but it's very good news for West Goshen. I want to thank Dandelion Digital for their efforts. I want to thank the board for all the articles that they write every month. The staff, our boards and commissions, we all put an effort in to make that the most comprehensive and information-laden thing that we do here. And it's obviously gotten some pretty good reviews from PSATs. So I just wanted to announce that tonight. And that's all. Thank you.
Hey, Casey, a quick follow-up on that.
Sure.
I have a lot of neighbors who really have mentioned that specifically, so it's clearly a good way to communicate.
Yep.
What is the percent of residents that we believe are seeing that on a routine basis?
I asked Linda Rooney at Dandelion to give me some updated statistics as soon as possible. She has those pretty much at hand, so I'll send those out to the board. It's getting pretty high. We have a nice database that we've been growing for the last year, 18 months. So we reach a lot of people.
Do we still send print copies out to us? People who request it?
We send out probably less than 100.
We send very few.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep.
Great, thanks.
And what I know from talking with Linda about this, Sean, is that a lot of what happens, it gets pushed through into Facebook pages. So some of the statistics don't necessarily line up with the number in total because it gets pushed out and we don't know how often those people then will look at their Facebook. But they have been making strides year after year in terms of getting more people to pay attention.
Do you have any idea how big the database is? I mean, how many people are signed up to receive the newsletter?
She usually gives a monthly, if not bi-monthly, review of the statistics. So I think when she compiles them now, she can provide that information to us through Casey, so we would be able to see the details.
Yeah, as soon as she updates that info, I'll send it out. It's a pretty large number of our residents who receive that.
Okay.
Casey, did PSATs kind of highlight any specific aspects to our newsletter that were, particularly great?
Yeah, I mean, they now give 2 awards. One for the traditional print newsletter. We've won that multiple times in the past because we used to do an extensive, 18, 24-page newsletter. Now they've added this electronic newsletter format since a lot of townships are moving that way. They look at everything just like they did with the print newsletter. It's depth of information, it's breadth of information, it's the number of people we're reaching. It's pretty inclusive as to what we do with it. It's the look of it. It's frequency. I mean, if you're only sending one out a year, you're not going to be considered. We send a monthly blast. We send a quarterly big newsletter out. So we hit all the buttons for sure.
That's awesome. Great job to everyone involved. That's really great.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 7, Township Engineers Stormwater Announcements and Woodlands at Greystone Update. Mr. Rick Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Stormwater wise, we submitted our MS4 annual report to DEP on October the 1st. We continue with the design of our 2 ME2 grant projects. Last week we completed infiltration testing on the basins in Idlewild, so those design projects continue. We're almost complete with the first dam reconstruction at Greystone, probably about a week and a half away from that. And then we'll proceed to the second dam, and housing construction continues as usual. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the zoning officer's announcements.
Well, can I ask Rick a question? Where are we at with the Ravens Lane stormwater situation?
John, I have a full report on that later down the agenda.
Yep. Okay, fine.
Sure.
Can I ask Rick a quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
On the Greystone Dam restorations, when you say we, can you just clarify, that's still being paid by the developer, right? That's not a township project?
It is a developer project at the present time, but that dam will eventually be dedicated to the township as a stormwater facility.
Okay, well, I had this great light bulb moment a couple nights ago, and I was wondering if that project could not be used as one of our MS4 or PRP, or use that project towards the T.
No, it cannot be used for TMDL or PRP credit because it meets our current criteria but does not exceed it.
TMDL.
Did you not hear my response that it cannot be used for TMDL?
Yeah, I couldn't hear
PRP
anything.
credit since it does not exceed our current ordinance requirements.
It does not exceed our current ordinance requirements.
Oh my God.
I'm not sure what that means.
Oh my God.
That means we have current requirements for stormwater management controls in our ordinances for subdivision and land development. Those have to be met by every person or developer that submits a project. TMDL and PRP projects have to be over and above the normal requirements and result in a significant improvement to water quality. The ordinances that we have in place now basically maintain water quality. They don't necessarily improve it significantly. The TMDL PRP projects have to result in extremely significant improvements to the water quality in the streams.
Okay, just amazing that 2 big dam projects don't account for any credit, whereas just planting some trees on a stream bank for $800,000 is going to make a difference. Anyway, so just a thought. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's go back to zoning officer's announcements. Mr. Bill Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The zoning hearing board had met last month and rendered their decision on the Christ Community Church's sign. They did approve that request for community, as well as the Moyer project at 1091 Clipper Mill, which was a setback request for a patio. We have no new applications, so I have nothing further to report from the zoning hearing board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, before we leave that, I just want to bring up an issue that we've had to address over the past week or so, and that was some oversized political signs along the Route 3 corridor. And apparently there was some question during that exchange we had with our solicitor, Kristen Camp, that there may be a question about the enforceability of our current ordinance in place. I believe it's 8452B that has to do with political signage and the size what is allowed. So I just want to request that the solicitor and that the board consider reviewing, revisiting that ordinance and tweaking it so that it can be enforced. So I'd like that to be something we deal with in the future.
So John, are you requesting that Kristen work on that now, or are you requesting that the board consider it and then have a conversation before requesting it?
Well, I think at this point we've had sufficient conversation. I'm requesting that our solicitor present us with an ordinance revision that would pass muster.
I'm a little concerned about that, John, because the example that was provided was a very, very extensive document, really restricting lots of things. And until I feel better clarity on whether we really have the ability to manage all signage in one ordinance, I don't think I want to incur legal fees from drafting a large document that may or may not really still serve its purpose. So I'm not on board with requesting that at this time.
No, I'm not suggesting that we come up with a whole new ordinance. I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to tweak our existing ordinance that's already in place.
Well, let me ask Kristen then, do you think we can tweak an existing ordinance, or do you think it requires something of the scale of ordinance that you shared with the board?
I think it requires something of the scale that I shared with the board, because that's what I tried to explain in my communications, that your ordinance, as well as pretty much every municipality that I know, other than the one I shared with you, still has sign regulations that define signs and regulate the size and the location based on the content of the sign. So it is not an easy just tweak. That it is the full scale. If we're going to go through the effort, I would have you go through the effort of making sure your sign regulations are content neutral, and that's not always an easy task, and you're not always happy with the end result.
So when you describe it as content neutral, which I did have a chance to read, how does that affect us making decisions about the size of the signage? I mean, if you were to take that billboard and shrink it down to what a normal political sign might be in the middle of somebody's yard, is there a way that we can evaluate how to?
You can impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, but it can't be based on what the message of the sign is. So, for example, if you wanted to say any sign that's going to be located within a right-of-way of a public road, whoever owns the road, can only be a certain size, that's a content neutral limitation. So you could do that. So I guess that part of it is easy enough to fix. But again, the way you define a type of sign is based on the content. So we would have to go back and start with the definitions and how you are characterizing what type of a sign it is.
Right,
well,
but
that's what
a political sign is a content. It's a type of signage, right? Like, so a political sign is a certain category of signage.
And that's what I'm saying. We can't keep defining it as a political sign. We can't have special limitations on political signs that are not the same regulations you have on a sign for a garage sale or a sign for, because that's what I'm saying. Then the regulation is specific to what the message is on the sign, and that's what the Supreme Court's saying you can't do.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I'm confused why it requires such an extensive rewrite. If we just eliminate the size requirement for the political signs within our current ordinance and apply it to all signage within the public legal right-of-way, why could that not be done within our current ordinance as it's currently written?
Well, I'd have to go back and look, John. I mean, again, to really fix the ordinance and make it that nobody could challenge it, it's a larger project. I can look. I have not gone back and looked. We'd have to change. I have to look to see if there's any other regulations on signs within the right of way, because the one that was drafted was specific to political signs. So it's actually contained within the definition of political sign. There's not a regulation that deals with signs in the public right of way. It's an ordinance that dealt with the definition of political sign. So I think it'd be better if I have a chance to go back and look at the sign regulations in totality, see if there is something that's less than the whole scale revision, and I can report back to the board on whether that can be done.
Yeah, what you sent to us was an example. I think from East Town, I forgot the name of the municipality. It was a whole large ordinance, but I don't think, I understand we don't need to rewrite the entire ordinance. We just need to adjust it to comply with the Gilbert decision that you referenced.
But John, no. To comply with the Gilbert decision, it is a whole rewrite of your ordinance because right now your ordinance defines signs and has separate limitations on them based on how they're defined, and they're defined based on their content. So there isn't, to make our ordinance comply with the Supreme Court mandate, it is not a simple tweak.
Well, yeah, but this, again, all we're looking to do is to enforce a size of the sign on the legal right-of-way. Anyway, if you would take a look at that and see how we can incorporate that within our current ordinance, I think that would be the way to go. My concern is I don't want to see a proliferation of oversized signs on our legal right-of-ways, and I think it can get really out of hand. So we need to have something in place that can be enforced.
I'm not in favor of spending the money on the legal counsel to do that, John.
Well, Kristen, help me understand, where is the boundary between freedom to put up any size sign you want on a public right-of-way and its interference with safety and other considerations that need to be managed by the township?
You absolutely have the right to regulate the size of signs placed within your right-of-way. It just can't be that it has to be for every sign placed within your right-of-way. It can't just be a political sign or a garage sale sign. It has to be sign no matter what it is.
So I'm going to argue John's here, so why isn't it a relatively simple tweak if it's that?
Well, I have to go back and look, because all of right now, I don't think you have a section of your ordinance that just deals with signs in your right-of-way. You don't have a section that does that.
Okay.
Yeah, and just eliminate the size requirement that applies to political signs and have it apply to all signs within the legal right-of-way.
We can do that, but know that that's not the full fix of the ordinance, that there still are provisions of your ordinance that will be subject to challenge, and that's fine. I just want you to be aware of that.
Okay, but again, here what we're concerned about is just having a proliferation of oversized signs, which could be any size. We can end up having billboards out there on Route 3, and I don't think we want to go there.
I can, as I said, I can report back. I can look through all of the sign regulations. I was focused on just the one particular section we were talking about, but I can look at the entirety of your sign regulations and tell you how easily it can be fixed, or if it can't be easily fixed.
Right, I can't imagine that this wouldn't have come up in other surrounding municipalities.
It has come up, Ashley. I have been dealing with political sign questions for the past 3 months, almost on a daily basis. And the advice I give is that it is a short-lived issue, and that rather than if it's not creating a safety hazard, these signs will be removed in a short period of time. And it oftentimes is not worth throwing away the entirety of your ordinance. But that's a policy decision. I mean, there was a lot of good stuff that was circulated through the emails about, why it's such a tough issue to regulate. So, but again, I can take a look to see if there is something that we can deal with size limitations for within your right of way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 9, discussion and possible approval of a 3-lot residential final subdivision and land development for 839 South High Street for Doolin Developers, Inc.
Okay, this is a 3-lot subdivision located on South High Street. There's an existing house towards the upper rear of the property, lot number 1. And the proposal is to subdivide the property into 3 lots and construct 2 new houses, one in the upper right-hand corner and one kind of in the middle towards the bottom near the street. All of the lots meet area and bulk requirements of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance. All 3 lots have individual on-site stormwater management controls in accordance with our ordinance requirements. All 3 have obtained highway occupancy permits for the driveways. And the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the project. It's actually pretty simple, pretty small. Actually, the HOPs were probably the hardest part of the project, and those have actually been obtained already. So if there are any questions, Chris Doolin, the developer, is on this call as well. So does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, this is Sean, Rick. I've had a chance to speak with Mr. Doolin about as he develops the property and looks at the construction of these homes, again, thinking about renewable energy considerations and potentially ensuring, or that there's an option for a property owner to be able to look at solar panels on the property and also consider, for example, a 220 volt circuit to the garage or parking area for potential electric vehicles. So I've already reached out to Mr. Doolin about that idea. I do have a question related to stormwater management on the property. What's changing from what way it is now, and what's the requirement from the development of the parcel?
Well, right now there's no stormwater management controls whatsoever. All 3 lots will have controls for up to and including the 100-year storm and infiltration of the 2-year storm. So there will be a water quality improvement on the entire area as a result of the development. And as I mentioned, all 3 systems are on lot. There is no centralized detention basin, and they will all be maintained by the individual property owners.
Okay, thanks.
Is it in order to make a motion to approve it? If so, I make the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any public comment?
I have a question, please.
Go right ahead.
Rick, what determines when a lot is subdividable and not?
Well, there's a whole lot of things that determine that, but the primary ones are the area and bulk requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, I ask that because what I'm concerned about moving forward, whether it's 5, 20 years down the road is, I believe with the Jarakian estate development, we now consider the township completely built out. There's no more land to be developed, is what I've been hearing for many years now.
But there are no large parcels to be developed, yes.
Okay, so what I see happening, and obviously Mr. Doolin has every right to, build houses wherever they're allowed. But once an area or a township becomes built out, are we going to see developers coming in and buying 1.5 and 2 acre parcels that have a lovely old home on and just subdividing everything? So are all our, acre lots, 2 acre lots in the future going to become, subdividable and everything's going to be on a 1/4 or a 1/3 or a 1/2 acre?
Well, what you have to realize is that just because there's an acre doesn't mean it's subdividable. It has to have frontage on a public street, has to meet a number of other certain site constraints. So, that's not a hard and fast rule that you can apply. What we found is a number of the larger sites in the township that you would think could be subdivided can't because of site constraints that are constrained by the zoning ordinance, such as lot frontage, building lot width, the building setback line, setback requirements in general, a number of different things. So there's a lot more that goes into whether a lot can be subdivided than just how much acreage there is there.
Yeah, what I just see happening is that, the previous development on the Mrs. Baker's property, that didn't have the lot frontage. So there's always variances that we're granting. And, if there was a 50-foot road front lot requirement, he was able to get a waiver. So he was able to build on a parcel that you're saying was really not buildable, but we allowed him to do that anyway. So anyway, it's just a concern. I wanted to put it out there, something maybe for the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to follow up on that question. On this particular lot here, how was it divided? How much frontage is required to be on a public street in order for it to be considered dividable?
50 feet of frontage is required on a public street for each lot. So lot number 1 is a flag lot and lot number 3 is a flag lot, and they do meet the requirements.
Okay.
So,
Are there sidewalks a part of this plan? I can't really see.
Yes, there are 5-foot sidewalks on the entire frontage of New Street or High Street.
Awesome.
Is there an existing sidewalk there, Rick?
No.
Cool.
and how many trees are coming down?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but there's 50% replacement, or if there are no trees on the lot, the trees are in accordance with the subdivision land development requirements.
This is Doug. I'd like to make a comment. Margie, I was out to see the property and I recommended, I was on board with approving this. They are keeping most of the trees. That to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Okay, any other public comment? Hearing none, we'll move forward with the vote. I'll go ahead and start. Robin says yes. Sean?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Hugh?
Aye.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 10, discussion and possible approval of ordinance number 4-2020, in quotes, no parking zone for our segment of Warren Road.
So this ordinance came about, the police department did an investigation, the traffic safety division, I guess, looked at Warren Road to determine it would be appropriate to institute no parking on certain provisions. Mr. Hellman sent an email to myself and Casey and asked if we put this ordinance together. We did advertise it as a hearing. The advertisement appeared in the Daily Local on October 12th. And we also sent a copy of the ordinance to the Law Library and the Daily Local for public inspection. It would amend section 78. Chapter 78 is your vehicle and traffic chapter of your West Goshen Code. And there is a specific section, 78-20, that identifies where parking is prohibited on township roads. So it would add Warren Road on the south side from Elton Circle to Schoolhouse Lane. And that would be signed as a location where parking would not be permitted.
I'll make a motion for approval.
And I'll make a second.
Okay.
Sorry, John. You and you get out of the gate pretty quick.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. I forget, we were contacting the property owners along the road here with a notification. Was there any response in terms of concerns or unintended consequences or any other resident input at this point?
No, I surveyed the entire neighborhood. I did not receive a single response to the notice. I also resent out the actual notice of the ordinance, and I did not receive any response at all.
That was by regular mail to the property address?
Correct, and I did not receive any return mail at all.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of concern in the neighborhood about this issue over time, and it's just been, it's about time.
Well, thank you, John, for your stewardship and helping those residents get to this point. And thank you to the police department as well for weighing in and providing the guidance that they need.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have any public comment? Ms. Swart, your mic is on. Do you have any questions or comments?
Sorry about that. No, I'll turn it off. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so hearing none, I believe we have to, do we already go through the whole thing yet? I'm sorry.
There's a motion, a second, you just have to take the vote.
Yes, right? All right, so we all need to go through one more time and say aye, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with Hugh.
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Ashley,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Robin, aye. Okay, well done. Thank you, everybody, for participating in getting this off the ground. All right, so we'll move now on to item number 11. Sean Walsh will talk through our 2021 major capital expenditure purchases and or the expectations for purchasing. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, Robin, we completed the full session at from 6 to 7 o'clock,
Oh,
so there
correct.
wasn't any need to continue.
Okay.
I was just concerned we might either not complete the discussion at that time and need some extra time, so I'd ask Casey to include this on the agenda just in case we needed to follow up, but we don't, so we can move on.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, noise ordinance update discussion. Kristen Camp and staff.
Thank you. There was, as part of the development that's going on at the Drakian property, as Mr. Craig mentioned earlier, they're working on the dams. And it is being done by a private developer, but that land ultimately will be dedicated to the township. And there's some noise complaints because the contractor, in order to do the dam 181 construction, they have to have the existing stream needs to be bypassed. And that has to be, there's a pump that makes noise, but that has to remain in a bypass condition 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a result of that, there was a complaint, and we looked at the noise ordinance to see whether that activity was covered. And it really isn't something that right now in your noise ordinance, which is chapter 52-A of the West Goshen Township Code, they would be prohibited from having that kind of machinery going on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it was suggested that one of the exceptions to your noise regulations that is in paragraph 52A-5, that's your exception paragraph, subparagraph F specifically exempts from your noise regulations work or activities performed or sponsored by schools and governmental agencies or their contractors in the performance of a public service. This is somewhat of a unique circumstance because it is being done by a private developer, but it is being done on land that will be public land. So I think it is appropriate that this would be included in that exception, but we drafted a tweak to that to say it would now read work or activities performed by or on behalf of or sponsored by schools and governmental agencies or their contractors in the performance of public work on public land or land to be dedicated to the public. So that would cover this specific situation. I mean, the other situation that you want to think about is, even if it wasn't land to be dedicated to the township, if this work, in bypass pumping has to happen, there isn't a situation, and I'm not a contractor, but Rick can probably speak to it, that you can't stop that bypass pumping every night. So you're going to have there may be situations where you're going to have other construction activities or the use of equipment in construction projects that, because of the nature of what they're doing, cannot comply with your noise ordinance or would have to stay on, through a 24-hour period. So this is one way to address the specific circumstance, but I do raise it as a larger concern that there may be other circumstances that the land isn't going to be dedicated to the township. It isn't necessarily a public work, but there would be circumstances where an exemption might have to be granted.
So Rick and Casey, have we ever had the scenario Kristen just described, where we don't have the exception, but someone's been running bypass pumping or had other equipment 24/7 causing noise in a development project?
No, I'm not aware that we have. Keep in mind also that we haven't had the noise ordinance for all that long, but I'm not aware of any time that we've had. But bypass pumping is not an unusual activity for a sewer project or a stream project. Also, please keep in mind that although this pump is generating noise, it was within the decibel limits of our noise ordinance. So yes, it was 24/7, but it was still below 60 decibels, which is not really very loud. So it's not like we're authorizing, you know, an extreme inconvenience to the public by doing this. We're still controlling the ultimate sound levels to reasonable levels, but allowing it to occur outside of normal construction hours to do so.
Okay, was the 60 decibels with sound shrouding or any sound control mitigation at all, or was it just from the pump itself?
The sound was generated by the pump itself, and the pump was mufflered. It had some silencing devices on it, but you know, you can only do so much with a 6-inch pump. And in this case, it was a 6-inch and a 4-inch at some points in tandem. So depending on the level of the stream. So there's only so much you can do to silence that type of machinery. And it was as quiet as it could be, but not quiet enough that people couldn't hear it. And for construction activities, our current ordinance says if it's audible at the property line, then it's not allowed. And that was the problem. It was audible, but not particularly loud. So I'm trying to accommodate that condition.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped out and visited one of the folks who complained about it, the Simpsons, Carl and his wife. And the way Rick just described it, it was appropriate. I mean, during the day, you'd hardly even notice it. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. That's the problem, I guess. And it's the constant hum that's very annoying. And technically, it does violate our ordinance because, you know, it's happening throughout 24/7, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. My concern with it, the other thing, I haven't been in construction my whole life. I understand in order to make an omelet, you got to break some legs, break some eggs. Now, what we're trying to do there in the Jarakan Dam is to provide a park for entire use of our community. And you have to do things in order to make that happen. And having this bypass pump in place to allow it to be built is part of that. So it's an important activity that needs to be done. But it's a question of balancing that needed activity, construction activity, with the concerns of the neighbors regarding noise. My other concern is with the change in this ordinance is that it's open-ended. There's no time limit here. I agree with this change if there was clearly indicated that was of a temporary nature. For example, something not exceeding a month in duration would be an allowable exception.
Well, John, to give you an idea, this project was bypass pumped for 4.5 months.
Exactly, my point entirely. So with that being the case, I think that we should have or could have looked at some noise mitigating measures that could have been done for this pump. It may not have completely eliminated the problem, but it may have helped mitigate it. Again, like I said, it's been over 4.5 months, and I'm just concerned about that duration.
But it also met our noise ordinance requirements for nighttime operations was less than 60 decibels. That's pretty quiet.
No, I know that. That's only during from 7 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock in the evening. Actually, I think it's 65 decibels in the residential area that's allowed to be.
From 7 to 7, it's 7 to 10. But from 10 to 7, it's 60 decibels, and it still met those requirements.
No. Our ordinance is the way it's written right now, if it's audible at the property line. And it
That's right. That's the way it's written now.
Right.
But the way it would be amended, it would still have to meet those overall decibel requirements. It could just do it 24/7.
According to my understanding here, this would be an exception to the ordinance, which requires that. 52A-4, it says specific prohibited acts. The following actions are specifically prohibited regardless of the sound level which is emitted unless otherwise exempted. Well, what we're considering tonight is an exemption to that, which would mean that it would not have to follow that requirement, that it would not have to be not audible at the property line.
That's
Am I
correct,
making my-
but it would still meet the 60 decibel requirement.
The 60 decibel requirement, I thought it was 65 decibel requirement from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening. As long as
That's correct, but that's not the issue. The issue is at nighttime.
Right.
And then it's
Exactly.
60.
You're not allowed to operate this equipment at nighttime.
Yeah, it's just, you're not allowed to run the equipment at night if the sound is audible at the property line.
Right, but that's what we're going to change so that you can run it, but it shouldn't exceed 60.
Exceeding 60 is not an issue here. At nighttime, you're not
think
supposed to
that's a
run it
huge
at all.
issue here. I mean, you are going to significantly inconvenience the public if you run construction equipment overnight at heavy decibel levels. I don't think that's acceptable. But if you can run them overnight at an acceptable decibel level of below 60, that's what we're talking about here.
That's
So
not my
it's
understanding, Rick.
currently 65, and we're talking about lowering it to 60? Is that
No.
No.
Kristen, could you give clarification here? What are we talking about?
We're talking about recognizing your noise ordinance is like it's a 1-2 punch. It has specific decibel levels based on the receiving land use category, whether you're in a residential, commercial, industrial, and that's whatever the sound is. If the decibel level at the receiving land use category exceeds the decibel limit based on the time of day it is, that's a violation. And there's also activities that are specifically prohibited activities. So construction activities have to end at a certain time frame. And I don't have that section. And if I pull it up on my computer, I'll get off. You won't see me and I won't be able to talk. But there are specific prohibited activities depending on the time of the day. So operation of heavy machinery, it can only happen between 7 a.m. and I'm going to say 9 p.m. It might be 10 p.m.
No, it's 7
Then
p.m.
there's a specific section that's specifically called exceptions. And it says the following noises, just because of the nature of the activity of what it is. For example, emergency vehicles responding to an emergency. Just the nature of that activity is such that it doesn't have to comply with the provisions in 52A-4. So right now there is an exception, doesn't have to comply with 52A-4 for work or activities performed by schools or governmental agencies or their contractors performing a public service. The goal of this proposed amendment is to add to that exception that it would be, you would not be prohibited from having something like this bypass pump or any construction activity that's being performed on behalf of a public entity. So if your contractors are working for the school district or the county or the township, a public entity is contracting to have work performed, that would not be subject to the regulations in 52A-4 of the ordinance.
Okay, so Kristen, two questions there then. So the way this exception is written today, one point was, to John's point, was that there is no limit on time put on it. And the second question I have is, does that mean if the equipment was operating at 75 decibels, this exception would allow it as written?
I have to look back at the code. So I'm gonna try to, I'm afraid I'm gonna lose you. I think what we can do, I am gonna lose you. I can't pull the code up while I'm still on this Zoom, because I think I'll kick out of it. I need to go back. I don't have it. Rick, do you have it in front of you? Does 52A3, the decibel levels?
Well, I have it here. What do you need? I mean, this is all 52A-4 is noise standards. And we have section A and section B.
And is section A specific prohibited activities and section B is specific decibel levels?
That's correct.
Okay, so what Rick said, so that's what I need to hear, I'm sorry. So what Rick said is correct. You're still gonna have to comply with, the exceptions are only to 52A-4. They're not
Correct.
exceptions to 52A- I'm sorry.
Which talks about decibel.
That's actually not true. If A4 is both the specific prohibited activities and the sound levels, the exceptions accept you from both of those. So if we could draft this in a way that you would only be exempted, you would still have to comply with the maximum decibel levels, but the hours of operation would be what you were accepted from. I worry about though, that I'll tell you, we don't know for sure if everything that's going to be done by a public contractor will be able to comply with your decibel levels. I mean, I just don't know
But-
that. And in terms of putting a time
Right.
limitation, we would be guessing, and I would be, we'd be picking an arbitrary time limit that we think projects would be completed in.
No, I know, but you have people who are living in homes next to this property, this huge expensive property, who bought these homes years ago, and now there's a sudden noise that's running 24/7. And honestly, I believe that if you're going to be exempt from our noise ordinance, that there needs to be some sort of like stipulation as to how long that's allowed to occur, especially for the people who have just been living there. And it's, I mean, am I crazy? Like, is that?
The fact
I
that
agree, because
the nature of this exception is it's something that you're controlling to a certain extent. Well, in some instances, you're not, I guess, if it's the school district, but for your projects or projects you're overseeing, you have some control over that. I mean, you could go and request, if you were the one contracting the party, you could go and request that they take certain measures to mitigate the noise.
yes.
Right. And that's what I'm looking for here. You got to understand something. I'm not lobbying for shutting these folks down. I mean, you can't do that. This is a stream that has to be diverted, and you can't do it during certain times of the day and shut it off at night because the stream will start to overflow. So in order for this construction project to get done, they need to have that pump running 24 hours a day for as long as it takes for that job to get done. That's the way it is. My point is that what can we do from a township and to require the contractor to do everything within their power to mitigate that noise. We may not be able to eliminate it entirely, but just try to quiet it enough so that it doesn't impede into our lifestyle and our bedroom community we're trying to create and maintain here. That's where I'm coming from.
And I agree, and I think it needs changing to include a limit on decibels, so that if the equipment is going to exceed that, they have to do mitigation measures to reduce it to meet that level. And it also needs a time limit on it, so that if the work like this one which is probably a rare event, if it's going to exceed a month or 2 months, whatever we determine is okay, they have to have board of supervisor permission or some other way of endorsing that it needs to be a longer project.
Yeah. And the other thing I just want to say is an aside on this, and I'm not disparaging anybody, I'm just saying you learn from things. What I'm getting feedback from these folks is if they had just gotten a letter from the township, look, this is going to take 4 or 5 months maybe for this. You're going to hear this noise because of what's happening. You got to look at the larger picture here. We're going to have a great asset here in your backyard, but we're going to have to put up a little bit of discomfort in the meantime. I think people would have been a little bit more amenable to putting up with it. But that being an aside, I think within our ordinance, clearly what this pump's doing is in violation of our ordinance. We need to make a change to accommodate it, but I think we need to make the contractor do whatever they can possibly do to mitigate that noise so that it's not an issue to the neighbors. And I don't see that happening with this proposed change in our noise ordinance.
Well, is there anything they can do, Rick? I mean, what could they possibly do?
I think what we need to do is specify that they have to meet the decibel limits that are in the ordinance now. I don't think that the 60 decibel limit, which is what our overall limit is unreasonable overnight. That's pretty darn quiet. And as long as they do that, I think they should be allowed to proceed and operate for as long as they need to operate.
No, but you're saying indefinitely. Are you saying indefinitely?
Well, if you're going to say a month or 2 months or 3 months, this project couldn't be done in that time frame. So, maybe there's some limit of somewhere down the road, but the project would have been done in 3 months if the spillway hadn't washed out from a flood. But since it took 4.5. So I don't think you can apply an arbitrary time frame to it. I think you need to apply a decibel limit to it to protect the residents. And as far as
Rick, what about the situation where contractors dragged
50 or 60 or 70 residents near this project? I had a total of 3 complaints over that 4.5 month period. I spoke to all 3 residents, explained what was going on, explained why it was going on, and 2 out of the 3 accepted that with no problem, and I never heard from them again. So it's a pretty isolated situation.
Yeah, I think the point is they're not, right now this pump is not exceeding the existing noise decibel regulations. It's just a matter of when it's running, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's
Correct.
where the problem lies.
Correct.
The only point I'm trying to make is, again, if we could have something within our ordinance, and again, it has to be within ordinance in order for it to be enforced, that would require the contractor to pursue noise mitigation measures, engineering measures that could be put in place to make this less of a onerous issue for the neighbors that are directly affected.
I don't think you can do that. I think that's too arbitrary. You have to put a decibel limit on it. Otherwise, I mean, if you want to spend ridiculous sums of money, you could build a complete sound enclosure around it and not be able to hear it 2 feet away. But that's not a reasonable thing to do for a construction project of this type. So I think you need to put some limits on it based on decibel levels.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Obviously, we're not going to build a sound barrier. What we're talking about is reasonable decibel levels, but also within a reasonable time frame. And if they're going to exceed that time frame, that they have to have board approval, and that they need to approach us, and that we need to approach the community and be able to explain that time frame to them, especially with such a huge project like this. I just think that we need to revisit this ordinance to include that, so that and this is a board decision. I mean, we need to talk to each other. We need to decide what this needs to look like, what that time frame needs to look like. Developers are coming into our township with people who have homes nearby that have lived there for 50 years. And it's like my gut is saying to me that that we can't ignore somebody saying, look, in the middle of the night, I'm hearing this hum. Whether it's 60 decibels or it's higher or it's lower, somebody who has lived here and has a life here is being bothered by this, and we need to address that. So I think that this ordinance needs to be revised or revisited, and further discussion is needed. That's my opinion. I don't think we should vote to adopt it this evening.
You aren't voting to adopt this. This has not been advertised as a hearing. This is just for discussion, but I don't want to be the one that makes up what the rules are, because I don't know what you all want. I wouldn't know what a reasonable time frame is. I don't know if it's a month, if it's a 2 month, if it's 6 months. That's going to vary depending on what the project is. It's going to vary depending on how many homes are nearby. There's so many variables to take into effect. I do know that East Goshen appoints a noise control officer who is authorized to grant exceptions upon, facts presented to it. So that's something that I'm thinking that, could work. I will point out that the exceptions, we're only dealing with one of them, but there are other exceptions that are currently in your code today that are across the board exceptions. They're not limited in duration. They're not limited in what the decibel limit is. So it's as with any ordinance that we look at to tweak, it sort of is opening up a larger conversation, because I wouldn't want to make a change to 52AF, which we're talking about here today, and then put in that exception, but there's a limit that you have to meet the decibels and it's only for 1 month. But then that same, for example, C right now is an exception, says emergency work to provide electricity, water, or other public utilities, or restore essential public services, including construction activities directly related to the abatement of an emergency. So that right now, there's a recognition that that kind of work, the public interest in getting that, electricity back and running, or public services back up and running, maybe after a storm, that may take an extended period of time. That may have to happen on a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it may exceed your decibel limits. So there's a recognition that there are some instances where the nature of the work that's being performed, regardless of what the noise is, outweighs the interest of having people, yes, you're gonna have some complaints about noise. So what my point is that if we make these, narrow down the exception in F, that narrowing down you may want to make to other sections that are currently in exceptions under 52A5.
I have a question about whether or not we would see, with the work that we'll be doing with stormwater, whether or not that also would trigger some type of noise issue. And Rick, this is really a question to you in terms of the frequency that this type of pumping situation would go on. I mean, Jerakian is a very unique property, and we all are aware of all the things that need to be done, specifically with respect to the dams. I think one of the ways that we would handle this is potentially in a go forward situation, to be able to have a checklist of things that we know residents will be concerned with, so that we can apprise the developer of these restrictions or these concerns that we're already aware of, because we've had them all throughout the township in the last few years, as people are taking some of the land that is even very small spaces, just like the one we were talking about earlier today on South Matlack. But somehow, I don't feel it as though the board should be giving directions to them. I'd rather have them tell us what they can accommodate so that the residents don't have that impact. And without knowing about decibels or how many months, that should be negotiated or discussed well before they go in and start doing the work. That's one option. And Kristen, I just have a quick question for you on this. When you said there are other exceptions, so if we were to go into what would the ordinance number be that would give us examples of those exceptions?
So if you look at under chapter 52, or I'm sorry, 52A. So 52A is your noise chapter. It's not that long of a chapter, and I can send it out tomorrow, but 52A5 lists all of the exceptions.
Okay.
So A through K are exceptions that are currently, if those activities occur, you're not going to be citing them for a noise violation. So for example, public celebrations specifically authorized by the township. If you were to have a fireworks show, that would be something you're not going to be citing anybody for. It's a public celebration. Snow plow, snow blower, or other similar device in operation used to remove snow or ice. We know those are very loud. Somebody may get out at 2 in the morning and operate their snow blower. Right now, that says that's an exception. So again, when we look at one narrow thing, it sort of opens up Pandora's box to say, oh boy, these are other things we don't
That's
know.
true, but what if somebody said that they were going to set off fireworks every single night for 4 months? I mean, it's...
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
The way it's worded is it says public celebrations authorized by the township. So I think we're not going to solve this tonight. So my suggestion is I send to you the full 52A. It's not that long of a chapter. And I look at if there's a way that we can build in 3 things I'm taking away from this conversation. One, build in that even if it's an exception, maybe certain of the activities or certain of the exceptions still have to comply with your decibel max. The second would be that, and I don't know, I'd need assistance in determining what an appropriate time limitation is. And maybe we don't specify the exact time limitation, but we say it shall be determined by township engineer or board of supervisors after application is filed or something, so that you can examine specifically what work it is that they're looking for the exception for and establish a reasonable parameter for that. And the other, I think that was it. Well, and then also just to look at if any of these other exceptions sort of need those same limitations.
That would work for me.
Yeah. Just for informational question, Rick, this project in question that really initiated this whole discussion is almost done. In fact, as far as I know, I believe it is done. From what I told, though, the pumps weren't running again, but probably not for very long. Are there any other dams or any other projects in the Gerakian track that are going to raise this issue down the road,
There are 2 other dams left to be reconstructed. I don't believe we're going to have the same issue because they're further inside the site and probably not going to impact existing property owners.
Rick, would something like the Ravens Lane project, I mean, if there's storm sewer repairs in the future, would that ever require, or a sewer pumping project, is that ever going to require, bypassing?
Ravens Lane will definitely require bypass pumping because it's a flowing stream. So the answer is absolutely yes.
I just don't want you to set yourself up with standards that, we don't know specifics of projects that we just cannot, again, because of the nature of the project, it's an impossibility. I mean, I just foresee that happening.
By standards, you mean time limits, Kristen?
Yeah, I mean, those pumps, once those projects are mobilized, they're not gonna take out the bypass pumps until the project's completed. It's just
No, I know. What I'm asking is how, I mean, I don't know if you have this on the tip of your fingers, but how long those projects last, and when those projects do come across, whenever they do come across to the board, that we examine those projects and say, okay, we will grant permission for them to operate 24/7 in this specific case, as opposed to them just operating 24/7 without us being involved really at all. I mean,
that's just a lot for you guys to be getting involved in. That's a lot of, I mean, you wear many hats, and I'm not sure you want to be involved in every time you're going to have construction activities. They're going to require to be,
I know, but by default we just do, because we get complaints from residents that it's loud, and that requires our attention. And it might be ridiculous to put in an ordinance, 3 weeks. That's the max amount of time you're allowed to. I mean, I agree with you. I don't think that that's reasonable, but at the same time, we could put a certain time limit that might fit many situations. And if it exceeds that, to have some sort of condition where it needs board approval and just examination when it comes across. I mean, it doesn't need to be every single issue, but maybe just these kinds of issues, it would be beneficial for us to look at it. I mean, do you guys agree, or?
Yeah, as I said, noise ordinances, I've written about 10 in my career. They're not an easy thing, but I don't want to recreate the wheel. I can go back and look at how maybe other municipalities have addressed it and come back to you with some additional suggestions. I understand your concerns. I completely understand your points of view, and I will see if I can find somewhere that satisfies those concerns, but yet also recognizes certain activities are going to have to go on.
Right.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Kristen.
Next.
Okay, we're going on to item number 13, discussion and possible approval of bids for wastewater department for sludge hauling and polyaluminum chloride, opened on September 30th, 2020. Who will address that?
I have Mike Maffey here too. I'll go through the bids, and if you have any technical questions, just throw it out to Mike. Bids were opened on September 30th, 2020, and they're before you for approval tonight. We do this on an annual basis. Sludge hauling is what it sounds like. It's all the dewatered sludge has to be hauled away in special dumpsters to the landfill. That bid, the low bidder was Charles Blazinski of Honeybrook for $312 per load. Per Mike, that's the same vendor and same price as last year from 2019. Any questions?
No, it looks like the polyaluminum chloride supply is also the same vendor, and is it also the same cost as it was last year, Mike?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Make a motion, we accept the bid of Charles Polinsky.
Okay. I'll second that. Any comment, Mike, that you need to share with us about this bid?
No, ma'am, I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay. Do we have any
So I'm
questions?
clear, we're only approving Blazinski's bid right now for the sludge hauling?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, they're two separate ones. Okay, I don't see that. Okay, so do we have a motion to accept the sludge hauling bid?
Yep. Hugh first, and you seconded actually, Robin.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay, hearing none. Let's go through the vote for sludge hauling. John, would you go ahead and tell us what you think?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Hugh?
Aye.
Robin, aye. Okay, thank you.
Good. And again, the second item is that polyaluminum chloride supply and delivery. Same vendor, same price. I'm sorry. Same vendor, same product as last year. $354.45 per load. I'm sorry.
Right, and that price went up from 332 to 354.45 per load, per liquid ton.
Okay.
Yes, I had two comments on this. One is we only got 2 bids out of 7 requested bids. Is that correct, Mike?
That is correct, yes.
And the bid differential between the two we got pricing on was enormous. One was $354 and the other was $840. So I'm a little concerned about the marketplace for this product and how competitive it is locally with these intermediaries, these suppliers. I just think we need to look at this, take a little time and look at it, not tonight. I mean, I know we need to approve a, acquisition of this product, but down the road, we need to do a little bit more market investigation around this and see if there's something else we can do to continue to have a more competitive bid environment.
Right.
We don't want to be, we're going to be using a lot more of this product, right, Mike, as we go forward. So,
right, we are.
Yeah,
the Univar has such a good competitive price that I think the others are they're just getting the information and doing no bids for it. They realize they can't compete with it. And as I told you before, I looked up a CoStar price for this product, and the only company I could find that sells this product at the volumes we need in this area is $450 per liquid ton.
Okay. Well, 6.8% increase year on year. If that was to start coming in at the amount we're going to be using, we're going to see costs starting to go up on treatment. So.
Right, it does fluctuate. We've been up to 383 as recent as 2012. So it does go up and down, and we're down to 253 in 2017. So it does fluctuate.
Okay. What about, Mike, something more than just an annual contract?
I'll make the motion. We accept the Univar Solutions bid of $354.45.
Hugh, I had a question for Mike.
Hugh,
you're asking about more than a 1-year contract?
Yeah. Could we secure a better pricing with a 3-year contract?
We probably would, and I think it's a good idea, but until everything is up and running and we see, what product we really want to use, it's probably a good idea to stick with where we are right now, but that's a good idea.
Okay. I will second Hugh's motion.
Any public comment?
Robin, this is Doug on the phone. Will polyaluminum chloride be compatible with the COMAG system for a coagulant for the waste?
Right, that is the main coagulant for the COMAG system.
Okay, so I like Sean's idea of getting better pricing going further out. So maybe next year we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Okay, any other public comment? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take the vote. You, go first.
Aye.
Sean.
Aye.
Ashley.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Robin, aye. All right, thank you, everybody. Now moving on to item number 14, update on Ravens Lane Stormwater Pipe Replacement Project. Casey Lalonde and staff.
Yep, Dave, Rick, throw in, obviously, with any questions. Carroll Engineering has completed the design for about, I think it's 1,141 linear feet of the Ravens Lane project. That's a majority of the project. We solicited 3 proposals since this is an emergency project. Carroll Engineering just got in the prices from the 3 contractors, AJ Urich from Aston, DeRocco Brothers from Westchester, and Moore Construction from Glen Mills. The apparent low proposal to include everything in the project, all construction, inlets, tree removal, erosion sediment control, finished grading, seeding. AJ Urich is the low apparent proposal at $397,655. DeRocker Brothers was second lowest at $498,000, and Moore Construction was at $542,000. The board's already approved this to go to bid. I'm sorry, not to bid, to go to construction since it's an emergency. But I just wanted to share those numbers with you for tonight. And Rick and Dave, I believe this would probably start December 1st, or are we talking January 1st? I can't remember from our discussions with Carol.
Yeah, they were saying sometime mid-November, but you're dealing with Thanksgiving and hunting and all that. Plus, we still need to get some easements.
That is correct. So this is just an update for the board. Again, that project should be starting hopefully within 60 days. And it's just an update on the cost proposals. Any questions?
Is there any concern? There's quite a spread on the bidding numbers that were offered by the three contractors. Any concern about the spread there, Dave? I mean, this is a pretty low bid compared to the other two.
Well, we just got the bids at noon today, so we're still delving through them. But yeah, we want to take a good look at it.
Yeah, take a real good look and make sure AJ York isn't missing anything and start hitting you back on extras by the end of the project, because they can end up exceeding the high bid with the extras.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a comment or question.
Okay, go ahead, Margie.
Do I recall this was already in the budget at $500,000 for this year?
Yes, it is. It is budgeted for this year, correct?
And it was budgeted at $500,000, I believe.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't either. So, okay. So, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, can you tell me when this was determined to be an emergency situation? It has been on the record I saw back in July of 19, and now it's determined that it's an emergency. Can you explain that?
No, it's been an emergency since then. It's taken that long to get this designed. We're talking almost 1,200 linear feet of pipe, and it's containing an underground stream. So we had to be very careful with engineering. And our Public Works Department has taken care of several sinkholes in backyards. So it is definitely an emergency at this point, and has been.
Can you also explain to me why the residents haven't been made aware of this project before now?
We've been talking to the residents, and the survey crews have been out there for 6 months.
Yeah, but no one talked to me, and I'm a resident, and I just got a letter in the mail yesterday about an easement on my property. I have not any conversation prior to that time. And I know that the people have been out looking at things, but when I had asked them about, when I saw them in the neighborhood, I actually asked them about what was happening, and nothing was discussed at that time or given notification. But apparently people know what's happening on my property, but nobody told me about that. Can I have some explanation on that?
We just got the easement paperwork together a week or so ago.
Not even, right?
But
you had it as soon as we had it.
I known that you needed an easement 6 months ago when the documents were put together.
We just had those documents put together by the solicitor in the last 2 weeks. The design was just finalized 10 days ago.
Carol wrote the initial documents back in June.
No, we just got the final plans right before the pre-construction meeting.
Right, which was this last week.
I understand that, but I'm looking at a form that Carol wrote up, and it says that they wrote this first document back in June. The first mapping of the properties was back in June of this year.
Yes, but the plans were not finalized until just like 2 weeks ago.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is why, as a resident, I would not have been informed of this before now. Well, especially there has to be, and you obviously know that this is an easement across my property because the pipe goes under my property. So we knew that there was an easement of some sort, or at least there should have been a conversation with the residents.
No, that there is no easement on your property currently. Your development was built in.
We would need one.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question, ma'am. Go ahead.
I said, you obviously knew you would need an easement because the pipe runs under several of the properties. I'm just wondering why the residents had not been made aware ahead of time
Well,
if
ma'am,
this project has been going on for over a year.
we just received the final plans less than 2 weeks ago, so we could finalize the easements and get them out to you for communications.
That's not what I'm asking you. I understand that you're saying the final plans just came out, but you've been in the planning stage for over 14 months.
But you can't determine where the easements are going to be until the final design is done. So going to somebody prior to final design, you don't know where the easements are yet.
That was still not an answer to my question. I'm asking you about the project, not the easement.
Okay, but we still did not have the final locations for this project until about 14 days ago.
Okay, I still don't agree with you, but you answered my question. That's fine.
So let me ask a question to Cindy's point. So how have we communicated this project to the general public over the last year? It's been through township meetings. Obviously, we've had public meetings about it. We've met about it. We've talked about it in our public meetings. We've advertised in public meetings. Has this been on the website? Has it been in the newsletter?
I believe it has. We've been talking about this project since last summer.
Right, we have been, yes, in our public meetings. You know, let's be honest, who knows how many people end up tuning into our public meetings, right? We advertise them on the website. Not many folks tune in. So have we advertised this Ravens Lane project and talked about it in the newsletter or on our Facebook page or anything like that? Or has it been on the website or anything?
Derek, I can't think of anything specifically, but we've been talking about it. I believe we put it in our newsletters.
But if it's no Ravens Lane project, it's obviously going across more than Ravens Lane.
Well, it started at Ravens Lane because that's where we had the first couple holes appear.
Right.
And then it's mushroomed from there.
Actually, what I'm asking is not being communicated out to the public or the people who could be impacted by this, because then we could follow the project. If we're not aware of the project, we can't follow the project.
Sure.
Again, ma'am, we didn't have the final plans. We didn't know exactly where the easements were going to land until we had the plans from our engineer.
Understand what I'm saying? Because I think you're understanding that if I don't need to know all the details during the whole thing, but I could have at least followed the project to understand what has been happening instead of suddenly getting a message in the mail.
No, Cindy, you are absolutely correct. We have been holding meetings and talking about this for quite a while. So for all of us, we're obviously extremely aware of what's happening. If you were not made aware, then, you know, you're highlighting a kind of hole in the communication that the township has with our residents. And it's extremely important that we this stormwater issue is not just Ravens Lane. It's going to be a years long project. Your little neck of the woods over there just happens to be what it is right now and is the emergency project. And it's going to be improved, which is really great. It's going to be hitting all of us, you know, over the next few years. I sincerely, as a board member, apologize to you if that was not communicated to you. I feel like our staff and all of us have been having your best interest in mind, the folks that live in that area. And sometimes, you know, it might not occur to someone like me to say, hey, are the residents being kept aware of what we're doing? So I will take responsibility for that. And in the future, when there are projects going on in neighborhoods, I absolutely agree with you. You guys should be made aware. Totally agree.
it kind of goes back to, the situation we just talked about the noise thing. A simple letter from the township, to those most directly impacted and affected would go so far to fill that vacuum of lack of information and just let people know something's coming down the pike and this is why, and it's for all of our benefit. A simple little thing like that, I think, if we can take this as a learning experience here, is something that we should make a standard best practice. We know where this line is along Ravens Lane. It's not just Raven Lane. It goes from Sylvan Avenue all the way down to Eagle. And we know the houses that are on each side of this thing. We don't know exactly where everything's at because the plans have not yet been made, but we know we can stand on Sylvan Lane and look and pretty much look down where this thing ends up. We know pretty much what houses are going to be affected. What's the problem sending a letter to those folks on either side of that line saying, look, this is happening and something we have to deal with and be prepared, and leave it like that. And then as far as the easements and all that, they come later once the plans are finalized, which is now. But we could have given folks some advance warning just to let them know what's happening.
Right, and that's equally on us though, as board members, completely. I mean, we've been talking about this. It's you know, to be a little bit more in contact with people in this area. So yeah, that's absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move forward with the next item, item 16. Thank you, Cindy, for providing that information to us. We appreciate that. And we will look into making our communication a lot more effective. Okay, so item number 15 is a discussion and possible approval of the 2020 foreign fire relief distribution.
Yep, I think Kim Holman actually gave a very good explanation of this monies earlier during her presentation with Good Fellowship. This is an annual redistribution of monies from the Commonwealth through the foreign fire tax. As in the past, Good Fellowship will receive 12.5% of the proceeds. Goshen Volunteer Fire Company will receive 50%, and Westchester Volunteer Fire Company will receive 37.5%. For a total of $199,150.85.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that those funds be distributed as Mr. Luan just outlined.
I'd like to second that. Did I beat the buzzer that time, Robin?
I bit my tongue.
You always get on there first. How do they do that? He must have a button right in front of him.
Gotta keep it moving, John.
All right, yeah, really. So, all right. So, do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, hearing none, we'll go through and make our vote. I'll go ahead and start. Robin says aye. Ashley?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Hugh?
Aye.
All right, very good. Thank you, everybody. Okay, good. All right, so now we're going to move on to item number 16, discussion of the Woodlands at Greystone Serpentine Barrens Rehabilitation Project. Mr. Lamont.
Yeah, back to the Woodlands again. As part of the 162 acres of open space, and again, it's 9:45. I'll try to keep this brief. As part of the Woodlands project, there is about a 33-acre section of the open space which will be dedicated to the township. It contains serpentine barrens, which is a very unique geological formation. Only certain plants grow there, and it's generally at the corner of Phoenixville Pike and the Route 322 bypass. It's that southeast corner. The township will be getting that property as part of the 162 acres. Serpentine barrens require a very, very, very specific maintenance routine. It has not been maintained probably ever, and it requires invasive species to be first scraped off and then burned to get all that vegetation you see, all those trees at the corner, they will be gone because that's all invasive, which is not in good management practice for barrens. Since 2007, since this project was first conditional use approval, all the previous boards have entertained the idea of having a organization such as Natural Lands come in and manage that park for us, because it's going to require tons of personnel and equipment and expertise, which the township does not have. But one of the things that is part of the park development that's paid for by the developer is to turn back those barrens into what it should be, which no trees, plants, that's it, all native, no invasives, which requires a lot of work, including scraping all the topsoil off and then burning the site. I am not in the business of burning stuff down, so I'm recommending that we hire Natural Lands to oversee as a township representative when the developer's contractor goes in there to do this work. They had anticipated doing it starting next year, but it appears they want to get a jump on it and do it as early as next month. So I'm approaching the board with a proposal from Natural Lands with a not to exceed price of $6,750 to oversee the Barrens rehabilitation, starting again late this year and moving into 2021. Again, it's way outside of our expertise, and I think in order for it to be done correctly, I think the township needs some oversight.
Can I make a comment there?
Sure.
Some years ago, a fellow by the name of Bill Euster hired some people from, or actually got some people from Westchester University to come up and did a survey on it. There are 7 endangered plant species on that property.
Yep.
Casey is exactly right. It needs special attention. They were originally going to build some townhouses on that property until I pointed out that the Barrens had those endangered species.
Yep.
My comment is that there are other organizations besides Natural Lands that would be able to do the rehabilitation of that area. And I have the question to ask: did we, or did you, Casey, get any other comments or proposals?
No, I mean, we are not doing the work, neither is Natural Lands. This work has to be done by the developer, and I believe they're using Alan Myers, which they build roads. So they have a plan, as part of the approval process from 07, there is an approved Barrens plan that they have to follow that Natural Lands has reviewed. They had questions on it that I strongly recommend that we have some, I don't care if it's Natural Lands at this point, but we have a proposal from them to oversee this project, because it's just, it's out of our experience here to even think of overseeing something like this.
Yeah, there's no question. I agree with you, Casey, on that it needs a very high level of expertise in that area. Go ahead, Ashley. I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, it's fine, Hugh. You didn't. But you brought up a totally fair point about, why Natural Lands in the first place. Definitely agree that it needs oversight. Definitely.
Do we even have the say so, or is it up to Alan Myers who they pick?
No, it's private. It's private property. We have no choice.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No, we have no other than allowing us on site to not even oversee and direct their work, just to make sure they're doing it right and to raise concerns if our consultant sees something out of the ordinary that they're doing.
Hey, Hugh, just going back to Natural Lands, they have expertise in managing these serpentine barrens around the area.
Yeah.
Who else has that kind of capability that you would have wanted to bid for this. It's only $6,000 at this point.
Yeah. I have no objection to natural lands, but I know that there are a couple other organizations around, including a foundation down at the college. So whether they would take it on or not, I don't know.
Yeah, Hugh, we had actually approached the university years ago about overseeing this project, and they wanted nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
That was, oh gosh, that was 2012 probably.
Yeah, that's about when I got involved with them.
The only issue that I have with natural lands is that wasn't there a parcel of land in West Goshen that
correct
under
Baker
the
property.
Yeah, of natural
Baker
land,
property.
and it ended up being developed or something like that. I mean, I just remember talking to people in a neighborhood and what an issue that was, and so.
Yeah, that was down in Roslyn, Spruce Avenue, the Baker property.
It was down in the Roslyn area. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's something for the board to consider. There was an issue with natural lands. I just don't know that they're the ones to do it. We need oversight. There might be like Wine Conservancy. I don't know if there are other institutions that we have. But,
I mean, I think the biggest thing was that didn't involve anything about their expertise. It was more of the fact that they sold the land was the big issue. So, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with how professional they are and what they do. It's just, I guess you question I guess there's a morality issue with the organization if you want to take it that far. But yeah, it had nothing to do with their expertise or knowledge. Just to clarify.
I mean, I think Natural Lands is a good organization. I'm impressed with them and their properties that they manage. I presume they had a complete legal and business right to do what they did with that particular property. It may stick in someone's craw about what the original intention of it being donated to them was. My concern is this developer's going ahead. Alan Myers is a paving contractor. We need some oversight. This is an organization that has that expertise. They've given us a proposal, and it could happen soon. I suggest we get on and move forward.
If we don't have anything, it just is here for discussion, then we don't have a bid or anything like that we have to approve, question mark?
We have to approve the proposal and the expenditure of the money, which Casey is unbudgeted, correct?
Correct.
Which is $6,750 this year. And then we have a separate conversation that we'll need to have around, as Casey introduced the topic, how we're going to manage this 160-acre open space that is being given to the township when we don't have the resources to do it.
Yeah.
So I assume if we do enter into a contract with Natural Lands to oversee this part of the property, that the rules that they need to follow or what we're looking for are all going to be outlined in the contract, and so they're going to have to just adhere to what we need done. And that's all.
It's not overseeing the property. It's overseeing the construction. That's all this is. It's just so we have a consultant representing the township, since it's going to be our township property eventually. We want to ensure that the work is done correctly. So none of our staff knows anything about Serpentine Barrens.
I think to Ashley's point is there is a Barren plan that Al Myers has to follow, and then Natural Lands has the expertise to make sure that plan is followed.
Correct.
Basically overseeing what Alan Myers is doing.
Correct.
Yeah. But there is written documentation regarding what needs to be done.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then I'll make the motion to approve the Natural Lands oversee this construction.
I'll second it.
Damn it, Hugh beat me again.
Give it to Hugh.
Hugh's drinking more coffee than we are right now. I'm seeing everybody's eyes getting smaller and smaller as the evening goes on. All right, I have a question just specifically to you, Casey. Because these are protected areas with the serpent, are we going to be responsible for protecting that by limiting anybody's ability to go in and among those areas? Okay.
Yes. Serpentine is a protected geologic formation. There are a couple of them around Chester County. Chester County owns one or two. Nottingham Park, right, Rick just said. So we will have to we will have to follow that same Barron's plan as a best management practice to keep the invasive species out, keep those native 7 species growing there, which will require, again, very technical support, to say the least.
I'm thinking about people wanting to go hiking and finding those things. So
Yeah.
You have to put in a raised walkway.
Yeah, it's you can't walk on it destroys the rock if you walk on it. So if we do go to that extent, we have to install raised boardwalks. And that's a great grant project for the future. We can have educational groups come in. It's all kinds of good opportunities that way. So
okay, thank you. All right, any other? Okay, so we need to we have a first and a second. Do we have any public comment?
Just a quick confirmation. So this is confirmation that those 33 acres are going to remain in possession and oversight of the township.
that is correct, in perpetuity.
Okay, so any discussions with the university that were mentioned in the past that no longer exist? They're not interested in those 33 acres.
That was years ago. They weren't interested in.
I thought as recent as when we approved the neighborhood improvement district and the development that was still a possibility.
We had discussions about educational opportunities there, but once it's dedicated as parkland, we cannot give it away to anybody. It's got to remain township property till the end of time.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear on this motion, we're only approving the expenditure of natural lands oversight of this rehabilitation phase. We're not approving anything, Casey, that was in your letter related to longer term management that they potentially could do as well.
Correct. The 6750, that's it. Yep.
Right. And the scope of that will be just to oversee the Barron's rehabilitation project. Are they going to give us a monthly report? What's going to be the scope of this overseeing? What will that entail?
Yeah. I'll probably get daily reports. I mean, once that gets going in there, it's actually not a long process to rehab the Barrens. They have to scrape, in a nutshell, they have to scrape the soil, the topsoil off to expose the barren geologic formation, and then they burn it. They burn it in sections to kill all the invasives. They cut all the trees down that are invasives. And then, at some point in two years, whenever, that's part of the parkland that they give us as part of the 162 acres.
Okay.
Do we call the motion now, or?
Yeah, I think we have a motion and a second. So I can go ahead and vote aye. Sean?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
You?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. All right. See where we are now here. All right, so item number 17, approval of Board of Supervisors meeting minutes of June 10th, 2020, September 2nd, 2020, September 15th, 2020, and October 7th, 2020.
Make a motion, we approve them.
I'll second.
Okay, any public comment?
Well, yeah, I'd like to make a comment. On the June 2nd minutes, I suggest we make a change here. At the very beginning there, I believe we held that by video teleconference. Do we change the wording to read started at 6:04 p.m. on Wednesday, June the 10th, 2020, video teleconference due to COVID-19 situation. And okay, I think what else? Also, I think there's one line here. Suggest we strike the line on the second page. It says Ms. Schwartz stated that she supported a task force to erase racial intimidation, that line be stricken.
I agree with John's comments.
Okay, so we have you're agreeing to his comment? So is this a motion?
Remove it.
Okay. So are those, Casey, you're making those changes now? Okay. Okay, so that was the June minutes. Are there any comments on any other minutes that are in this initial package, which would include September 2nd, September 15th, and I believe the last one is October 7th. Okay, so any public comment on the remaining? Okay, hearing none, we will go ahead and vote upon the Board of Supervisors meeting minutes of June 10th, September 2nd, September 15th, and October 7th. I'll go ahead and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, John?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Just very quickly, we're running late. Can we just take a look at those minutes, Casey? I know there's been a lot on everybody's plate, particularly yours, given the situation, but we're missing a lot of minute meetings, and maybe we could also have them on the website listed in a chronological order. But when you have the opportunity, how are you going to address those minutes for the April 21st, May the 6th, May 19th, and June the 3rd? Some of those, they were all done virtually. Are you going to put those in a written form for us to approve? I mean, what's the game plan here?
You have to approve those. Yeah, absolutely. We were just working backwards. The rest of them will be at your November meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Good enough.
Okay, so now we're on item number 18, the treasurer's report, dated September 30, 2020, for the general fund, the sewer revenue fund, the waste and recycling fund, and the capital reserve fund, and the bills to be paid from these funds. Do I have a motion to approve those?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Sean, suck it in. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second all at once. So let's go ahead and do we have any public comment on the September 30 treasurer's report? Okay, hearing none, we'll go forward and vote.
Public comment, Robin?
I did ask and nobody said anything.
Okay.
Which that motion included to pay the bills, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, so Hugh, do you want to go ahead and start the vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Robin, aye. Okay, now let's finish up the evenings rather quickly with the last of public comment, item 19. Doug
I did have a comment or question, really.
Okay.
It had to do with the historical commission, whether they are still active and what the status was there.
Yeah, Hugh, they meet via GoToMeeting on a monthly basis. Derek, that's correct, right? We set up.
Yeah, I've been setting up the monthly meetings for Kevin since July, I believe, maybe August. I'd have to check, but yeah, they've been meeting since the summer.
Yeah, they took a couple of months off due to COVID, just trying to get their ducks in a row, but they've been meeting monthly. virtually.
Okay, I didn't get a notice that they were. If you would, I'd appreciate it. Let me know.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, Hugh, I also put the sign in on the website as well. So, I mean, we can send it to you, but it's going to be on the calendar for the virtual sign in as well.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Robin, this is Doug. I'd like to make a public comment, please.
Yes, please do.
Yes, 2 comments. I just wanted to thank the Wells Fargo Bank. They may have done this a long time ago, but I just noticed that bollards were installed in the front of the old Southeast National Bank building at the shopping center. So I wanted to thank them for that. It's really good to see the bollards up in the front of the building. Also, on Pottstown Pike, the Drocking developer started the second monument sign, and it looks like they're keeping the little forest there. And I was happy to see that they're keeping the big tree in the front. It looks like they are, and just wanted to comment that about that monument sign.
And was there another comment that you wanted to make?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, so who is going to make the motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
John, jump in.
Gotta do it.
I know. All right, all in favor of adjournment? Aye.
Aye.
All right, good night, everybody, and thank you for
Thank
your
you.
participation.
you.
Oh,
Good night. Good night.
All at once now. Good night.
like, what's the name of that?